Well, hello everyone. Welcome to the DCC ground here in Georgetown, Guyana. This is the Demerara Cricket Board Under 19 exhibition 50 overs cricket match between the Georgetown Cricket Associations, that's GCA, and the Demerara Cricket Board combined 11. If you can recall, GCA won the Demerara Cricket Board Inter-Association 50 overs tournament. And this tournament sponsored by the Guyana Floodlight Softball Cricket Association. Today's exhibition match is used primarily to select the Demerara Under 19 team, which will participate in the annual Guyana Cricket Board Inter-County Under 19 tournament. This is Inderjit Prasad, and with me is my colleague Naeem Chan. News from the middle is that the combined 11, they have won the toss and they decided to have a bat first. Good morning to you, Naeem. Any surprise with that decision to bat first?
Hi, good morning everyone. A little surprise. We just had a little walk out there. We can see that there's a light bit of moisture on the pitch, and I thought that any side winning the toss may have wanted to opt to bowl first. So just a little bit surprised, but this match we have our own ramifications behind it, because what they're doing, Jeet, is really to see the top bowlers perform, bowl a decrease, top batters bat a decrease. So the organizers, they're basically looking or using this as a yardstick to select the Demerara on the 19. But it's good all in all, pretty dry outfield. It's very hot at the DCC ground. You know the DCC ground, home of the legends. So we expect a good game, and most of all, the future stars will be out there in just a while.
Yes, Naeem, I totally agree with you. There is some moisture in that pitch. They're a little bit on the soft side, but as the day progresses, and you mentioned with the tremendous heat we are having across Guyana, and DCC is no exception, that's going to dry out and might very well be good for batting as we get down to the closing stages of this game. But the decision has been made, and I think what forced that decision on the combined 11 is that many of these players are vying very hard to ensure they find faith with the selectors to be selected on that Demerara Under 19 team. It opens itself up to both bowlers and batters, like you said, to find an opportunity. It has been a fine tournament. GCA played unbeaten in this year tournament, and we're looking to have a very strong Guyana team. Berbice is having their inter-zone tournament practice, their trial matches and so on. So too Essequibo. What can we expect here? What advice will you give to the youngsters out in the middle as they vie to get their names knocking on the door?
Well, I guess that's pretty simple. It's doing your best, be as cautious as possible, try to impress the selectors, putting 110%, like what we're seeing, especially in places like India, with all these. Every year at the IPL, you're seeing as though it's a factory in India. They just keep churning out new players all the while. So I guess they all have their aspirations, and to get there, it's simple. Give your best, have some patience.
Yes, so the two captains, Alvin Mahabir, he's going to skip the Georgetown Cricket Association, while Sachin Balgobin, he's going to lead the charges for the combined 11. FL Sports is going to bring you the action live as soon as it begins. This is Inderjit Prasad saying goodbye for now.
and welcome to the DCC ground in the beautiful city of Georgetown. We're about to start this under 19 match, more of an exhibition game between the Georgetown Cricket Association team that would have won the tournament and the combined 11 side. The players are out in the middle, and Naim Chan will join me in a moment. I'm Matthew Kissoon for FL Sports. Match being brought live here. I'll go through the teams for you. Remember, this is Easter Saturday. So the combined 11 side is made up of Sachin Balgobin, the captain, Krishna Singh, Vikash Wilkinson, the wicketkeeper. There's Nicholas Shiv-Prasad, Demerara Dindial, and there's Jeremiah Hoenkirk, the impact player, Anton Lim, Stephen Sankar, Niran Bani, Kelvin Raymond, another impact player. And then you've got Nityayand Mathura, Arun Gainda, and Shiloh Adams, the other impact player in their team. For the GCA side, you've got Romeo Demerara, Keshawn Silas, Alvin Mohabir is the captain, Mavendra Dindial, Jonathan Van Lang, Zachary Joda, Ryan Latif, Dave Mohabir, Riyad Latif, John Prasad, Wavel Allen, and Danish Prasad. Shane Prince and Shamar Apple, there probably be substitutes, but the 11, combined 11, they've won the toss and have elected to bat. And I'll tell you in a moment who will be facing up. But nice conditions, good dates, Easter Saturday, the Easter weekend, always a long holiday weekend. And good contest, just starting late, should have started I think 9:30 this morning. But we've got umpires Nadir Bash, he's here for now. And we've got someone starting at square leg, first delivery. It's played into the offside and there's no run. Hello Naim, morning to you.
Hi,
Good day for cricket.
Yes, hi Matthew. Good morning. Good morning to all and sundry, wherever you are, whichever part of the globe, particularly those people within the Guyana landscape. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to our live streaming from FL Sport. Yes, nice morning, as you said, for cricket. A little dusty, and it's because of the presence of the Sahara dust within the Caribbean region. So just in case you didn't get a picture of what's happening here, the under-19 tournament spread across the country, culminating right now the GCA, which is the side fielding at the moment. This is more of an exhibition match in preparation for the selection of the Demerara under-19 squad, inter-county squad. So you have other parts of Guyana would have had their under-19 tournaments. They refer to it as a zonal system. And in the Demerara region, it's called the Inter-Association Tournament. So it's all culminating and using this particular match here today as preparation for the selection of the Demerara squad.
Dindial is on strike. First runs for the combined 11. Down through mid-wicket. Gets himself off the mark. Good over so far.
Indrajit and I were talking a short while ago about the pitch. We ourselves, we went out there, had a little look at what's happening, because there was a slight delay actually. All of that solved now. The game is on the way. But there was a little bit of preparation moisture. I was a little surprised that the combine squad decided they want to bat first and not have a bowl. But it's not a lot of moisture, it's more preparation than anything. So at best, the batsmen out there would want to spend some time, gauge the pitch well, look at the bounce. We ourselves will be having a little look on our cameras. You'll have a first-hand picture of what's happening. But they need to occupy for a while, get the bounce of the pitch.
I think it's Wavel Allen bowling. Nice shot. Down through cover. And he gets off the mark. That's Vikash Wilkinson. He's a wicketkeeper for the combined 11. Nice shot through cover. A little bit of misfeeling there from Van Lan. The very talented GCA player. Plays his cricket for the Demerara Cricket Club. I think a lot of eyes are on him because he's got talent. He's feeling down at cover. Well bowled by Allen. The first over comes to an end. It's 2 without loss.
Well, ambitions and aspirations, you can see it all reflected or painted on the faces of these youngsters. And the good thing about cricket in contemporary times is that it has brought another kind of attitude, a certain bit of aggression, because of what you're seeing happening on the international stage, where youngsters are tumbling records, opportunities avail themselves. India, for example, have nothing short of a factory manufacturing cricketers and churning them out one after the other. So the competition on the international stage is right up at the top. And that is filtering itself down to other parts of the world where youngsters are showing another kind of approach, more aggressive, more ambition plugged or punched into their game, because they're all looking for the international stage at some time in their young careers.
And here is another youngster, John Prasad, who will pick up the bowling, right hand, medium fast. Plays his cricket for Transport Sports Club. From the north end, comes into bowl. Gets the ball to move away. Good seam bowler. A little bit more pace would do him good, but he's young. I think he's 17, if I'm correct.
I'm looking at the bounce of the pitch here, Matthew. It looks pretty even, at least from this southern side of the ground. The bowler is operating from the northern side, for those people who would not know the geography of our country or the DCC ground. But this end looks as the bounce seems pretty even at the moment. So all these competitions inevitably under the auspices of the Guyana Cricket Board, but this is a Demerara Cricket Board organized tournament, and so we'd like to acknowledge and say thanks to the many sponsors that have come on board. My information is that the sponsors are coming on, opening the face of the bat there down to the slip cordon. They're responding to the new administration of the Guyana Cricket Board in real good faith. They have been coming on, and that's good to see, because without the corporate community, it would be difficult for any board, especially in a third world country, to organize at the pace they need to. So under the Floodlight Softball Cricket Association, all these sponsors were acquired. And I'll just give you that list in a short while. Nice looking easy shot into the offside field.
Yeah, it's good to see cricket being played, a lot of cricket being played at youth level in Guyana. So the structure's in place, the solidity is there, the vision is there. That's what you want.
Close one here. The batsmen are truly in. Now just coming back to the sponsors that I just want to mention and say thank you. Trophy Stall, Ramchand's Auto Spears, Ariel Enterprise, Rohan's Auto Spears, Steve's Jewelry, Petama Enterprise, Motor Trend, Cricket Equipment Guyana, General Marine, Terry Matura, Raj Matura, and Pandit Anand. Thank you very much.
You must have a lot of money in cricket. You just talked about Indian, what's going on there?
Well, I think we are just at the tip of the iceberg when we make reference to like India.
A start is always important.
Very, very important. And it's good to see that the corporate body is responding to the Guyana Cricket Board and they're pleased for corporate help. But it's the injection of funds. Look at the expenditure of the IPL, for example. The two teams here for you. This is the Georgetown Cricket Association under 19. They are the winners of the under 19 tournament in Demerara. So what they did is to take the other combined squads that participated in the tournament and they've come up with a squad here.
3 without loss after 2 overs. Wilkerson will face up to Allen. Getting back to sponsorship, very important because I know the Guyana Cricket Board, they're very strong on youth cricket and pushing youth cricket a lot in the country. I think there was a time when youth cricket was more or less, it was being played but more or less going through the motions, not much sponsorship. Everyone had to try hard to dig in and to play some cricket to keep themselves in the game, the youngsters coming up now. But to have good sponsorship on board, and you just listed the names, this is very good for youth cricket, and I'm sure the Guyana Cricket Board will be very happy about this.
Broadsided down to the cover region, just able to squeeze in a single there. But nothing happens without money. The first-rated countries can inject more funds. A third world country, as in the Caribbean here, it's a struggle that's on all the while. And there is absolute need for money. And then you can have more intensity in competitions and have the youngsters participate.
And mind you, I need to correct myself. It's the Demerara Cricket Board sponsorship, getting the sponsorship to push youth cricket a lot for the Demerara section. And the Demerara Cricket Board is a subsidiary to the Guyana Cricket Board, of course. So the vision from the subsidiary boards are very important for cricket in Guyana to really move to the next level in terms of quality, its standard, consistency, commitment, and dedication to the game.
Alan, very lanky flair. He's got a nice rhythm. Nice, easy delivery stride as well. And those are little elements, Matthew, that you look for. Without rhythm, you cannot bowl fast. And all the fast bowlers across the globe, look at them, it's rhythm. And this is why you attribute the likes of the West Indian fast attack over the decades It's people with rhythm and on the international stage as well. Lifter. So again, coming back to the surface preparation moisture that we were seeing, it's not of any significant change in the behavior of the pitch. It's pretty still, even bounce, Matthew. It is not necessarily keeping low or flying very high.
That was a good short lift and delivery. If he had got it to come back a bit more into Dindial, Demerara Dindial, that would have had him in a little bit more trouble.
Nice shot, but finds cover point. But just look at the churning out of players around the world, and I'm talking here strictly about even teenage children reaching the international stage and tumbling records across the globe. It's a fantastic thing that the IPL has done in limited overs cricket to prepare not only India but the world. And it's all because of the amount, the injection of funds. You can prepare players, you can have more intense competitions and better cricket worldwide.
Bit of a struggle so far after the first 3 overs, 4 runs. Wilkinson 3 from 8, Demerara 1 run from 10 deliveries. To remind you, this is a 50 over contest. But you're talking about young players coming on. It's at this level that coaching has to be very good too, because you want to spot young players very early. Very early. And when you talk about under 13, under 15, under 17, under 19, and 2 international players come to mind from South Africa playing in the IPL. Brevis, young Brevis, and of course the young left-hand fast bowler who's been snapped up by Mumbai Indians as a result of an injury to a player. Miscued shot by Wilkinson, lobbed in the air for the field at cover to take the catch, extra cover. First wicket going down, 4 for the loss of 1. Not a good shot by Wilkinson at all.
Well, it lifted appreciably. I think it took him by surprise, but he should have been, it's not a tear-away fast bowling. He should have been able to gauge, to look at the behavior of the pitch and the length of the ball. And I think he misread some of those elements were not there. So it rose a little higher than he expected because it was relatively short. He was trying to pull it down the leg side, and it was not a ball that was short enough for that. So it peeled off the top of the bat and ballooned away into the offside field.
And he tried to pull the ball from way outside the off stump. Leading edge in the air, not a good shot at all. Let the ball come closer to your body and then play technically correct. Looking too early in his innings to play some big shots. So he's gone for 3. It's 4 for 1 in the 4th over.
And the captain has now gone to the middle, Sachin Balgobin. Very dusty atmosphere, Matthew. Well, we've read about the Sahara desert and sand reaching all across the globe, way into the Caribbean, paying us a visit in Guyana. This morning I thought it was all fog. And Indrajit was showing me a picture actually earlier this morning. At some stage, our technical guy Sunil might just be able to bring that up to show you what the atmosphere was like. Through the offside, this is going to go all the way. Yeah, trifle short there, and he just angled it through the offside. Good shot in the end. There you go, just opening the face of the bat and guiding it down to the cover point boundary for 4.
Nice shot from the captain. First ball off the mark right away with a boundary. taking pressure off of himself as well, because he's captain in this side, this combined 11 side. And remember, it's all about selecting the best players for the under-19 tournament, the West Indies tournament. So, and then there's this fast bowler, the left-hand fast bowler from South Africa we're talking about, Mapaka, Kawina Mapaka, snapped up by Mumbai Indians as a result of injury to one of their players. And he's just
Very
17.
expensive too.
Yeah, and 17 years old. So if you look at youth cricket, it's here you want coaches to put in the hard work on the players, pick up any flaws in them and work on it very quickly. You don't want a situation when a player gets to the international scene, gets on the international scene, good delivery, good shape from John Prasad outside the off stump, little bit of movement. But you don't want when a player gets to that higher level, then certain flaws begin to pop up. You know, then you hear things like, man, he is bowling action, something is wrong with it. You have to pick this up at youth level cricket. It's very important that you do, because it can be very embarrassing for these players, and we've seen some who've had these problems.
And all of that you're saying again comes back to the issue of finance, which you would have to the competent people pull down the leg side. Our camera now picking it up. Nice shot there, just making some height and getting in behind on this occasion, not like the first wicket that went down. There he is looking back at it, in the end coming down towards the leg side for 4.
Good thought process. Bowled a short lifting delivery, but it was angled down the leg side. So bad line there, and he went for a boundary. John Prasad looking for something in the pitch. 4 overs gone, 12 for the loss of 1.
But I'm still pleased with the structure that you're seeing in Guyana and the Caribbean. Now Guyana is an oil-producing country, and I know that things are going to be made available. I'm seeing that the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, they're already putting in automated rollers at the big grounds, at least the clubs, so that it'd be easier and have better prepared pitches. Waven Allen. I get the impression that the umpire felt that was going down the leg side.
I would have to agree with him. Nadir Bash, one of the Georgetown umpires.
You get it from the body language of the batsman. He's turning towards that direction, which is down the leg side.
And you just see Dino Ryan here struggling. 1 from 11 deliveries. Good delivery, but too much movement into the right-hander and missing leg stump by a long way.
And I'm very curious when I'm describing especially the under 13, under 15, under 19 games. I have that as a particular interest, because I really look forward to trying to keep an eye on the little sparkles that you see. And that's what I'm doing right now, looking at the batting technique, the bowling technique, the fielding ability, and just picking them out. It's good to spot them at this level, even before this level, under 13. I've had the good privilege of working along with FL Sport in those minor competitions as well, under 13. You notice, Matthew, Wavell is getting the ball to lift appreciably. He's quite lanky. He's got a good rhythm, good delivery stride as well. And that, I think, can account for him, because he's pretty tall at his age, can account for him getting the ball to lift appreciably.
2 boundaries to the captain, Balgobin, who's on strike. Got it down to third man for a single. It's very hot here at the DCC ground. Very hot and sticky. So it's going to be tough cricket out there for these under 19 players. Good start for GCA with ball in hand. They've picked up Wilkinson for 3. Squared up, looking to turn it into the onside. Good rhythm from Allen, none for 6 so far in his third over, so he's been good from the south end of the Demerara Cricket Club. Parched out field. We had a look at the pitch earlier, just before the game started. And it's very hot out here, scorching hot already at 12 minutes to 11 Eastern Caribbean time.
Just missing his run up there, Wavell Allen. So we got off to just a little bit late of a start, but I think the batsmen, this is a 50 over a fair game, just in case you need to be educated on that. So there's a lot of time, and I think the batsmen are pretty cognizant of that fact. Slashing away there, that's going to carry well towards the backward point boundary. Our camera now focusing there. Nice shot. I think it was well calculated. Short of a length. There's a little distilled offside field in that particular area. So the gap was there, and he punched it away. Good shot.
Short, didn't get up that much, but wide of the off stump. A gift to Demerara, who has struggled so far. 1 run from 12 deliveries, make that 5 from 30 now. His strike rate is going to look a little better along the way if he keeps scoring like that. And he would have felt good about that shot, picked up a boundary for himself and for his team. Just one of those bad balls you get from a bowler who's been bowling well.
Well, Allen would want to get the ball up to commit the batsman to a stroke. That one was relatively up, but down the leg side. But he's got to make the batsman play, try to drag him on the front foot as much as possible, because he's getting the ball to lift appreciably. End of the over. 20 for the loss of 1.
I suppose quite a bit of cricket being played around the country on Easter Saturday. Big holiday period here. And probably tomorrow as well. Monday, many will be going off on outings and picnics, flying their kites.
There have been lots of celebrations recently. Guyana is a place of many, many national holidays. We've just out of Pagua last weekend. Had a massive celebration. I was seeing it in all the communities, at least across in Demerara. And that went on to other counties in the country. This weekend it's Easter. So lots of cultural activities across the country.
Should be heading off somewhere Easter Monday myself. A little outing. Out.
I hope you wear a heavy boot so it keeps you anchored, Matthew. But he has a lot of other elements attached to his physiology, may I say, that will keep him down. And that doesn't include a hefty wallet. But there are other things that I'm sure will keep him down.
You're calling me a middleweight champion. Better you come out and say it, Naeem. That's all right. Demerara is on strike. John Prasad continuing. 1 for 9. He's in his third over.
Bit of impatience, but calculated. Coming down the pitch. Demerara not keeping it flat, though. It was airborne. We'll see a replay of that in a short while. But he was coming down, premeditated. There's a man down on the mid-wicket boundary. But that one went just about a quarter of a way towards from the striker's end. So not a lot of muscle into the shot.
Yeah, flicked it over the mid-wicket area, picked up a single. The captain comes back into strike now. 2 boundaries on this belt so far.
That one he got in the middle. Sachin Balgobin's timing, you can see he's just a level above the others so far. Just coming forward, elbow over the ball, getting it flat along the ground. Nice bit of timing there.
Yes, I admire that shot. Nicely played. In control, worked it away through the mid-wicket area. That's how you want the young players to play. Good angled bat, control the shot. Don't play it in the air at all. Patience, good judgment. Allowing the ball to go by. Outside the off stump. It's a long way to go still. This is 50 over cricket. It's not a T20 match. It's not a 35 over affair. It's 50 overs.
Well, I'm always happy to be a part of a game that goes for 50 overs. Beautiful shot. Sachin is on form here, lighting up the DCC ground, pitched up outside the line of the off stump. It was airborne, but I think that was intentional, hoisting it slightly.
Lovely shot. Good gift to the captain. His third boundary. So far, look at that. Over pitching. And given the treatment he deserved. Spanked over cover.
That's the bit of sparkle I was talking about earlier, Matthew. You see a difference. Look at that shot. He's in absolute command. And Sachin is very frail physically. And he's getting the ball to hit away so easily. So that's one great attribute about him already on display. He has excellent timing.
6 overs gone, 27 for 1. And talking about sparks, little sparks from these under 19 players, you've got your eyes on them as Allen continues over number 7. A little young man took that catch to dismiss Wilkinson. Riyad Latif, he's right-hand leg spinner. I think he's just about 14 years old, if I'm correct, or 13, thereabouts. Himself and brother playing in this GCA side.
Well, he's the son of one of Guyana's very prolific softball player, and his dad is always present at these venues. There are different views on that. It is my take, and I'll have that opinion expressed in a while. Down the leg side, not of interest to the umpire, not even an appeal coming from the fielders. But there are some parents, Matthew, that overwhelmingly try to support their kids playing cricket, for example, or football, whatever field of sport, and they make an extra effort to have a presence at the venues where their kids are playing. I seem to choose otherwise. I want to support my child, but I don't want to put unnecessary pressure on my child as well. I like to give them that freeness to go out and explore. But there are many success stories, Chandapal being one, where his dad was always present at the ground. I think may have added some pressure, but he came through. And there we go again. Wavell is getting the ball to lift appreciably. It's getting the batsman to commit on the front foot. There's a first slip and what appears to be like a third slip. I would have encouraged the bowler to draw the batsman forward, get him to drive, tighten up your slip cordon, because it's a lot of overs. You have the opportunity to experiment here as much as possible. That's the delivery. That's the delivery. Waven Allen getting it to lift again outside the off stump, and Sachin misread, offering a very fluent drive into the offside, missed the outside edge.
Momentary victory there for Wavel Allen. But yeah, slip and that's a gully position. You've got third man on the boundary. Point cover, extra cover. Mid off. Then square leg on the boundary and mid wicket. Well, that gully position, very important. When you look for that slash shot, you can find yourself putting it in the hands of the field at gully, or even the man at slip. Now we see John Prasad being moved to fine leg. For Sachin Balgobin, he's in double figures, 15. Demerara 6 from 17. Seven overs completed, 28 for the loss of 1.
So the two captains, Sachin Balgobin, he's batting at the moment, representing the DCB, Demerara Cricket Board Combined 11. And Alvin Mohabir is the captain of the GCA, Georgetown Cricket Association. That's for the fielding side at the moment. Say good morning to all my colleagues in the commentary box. There's Sunil, our technical guy, spearheading that department. We've got Indrajit is next to me. He'll be on the air in a short while, and all the other boys. We've got members of the Guyana Cricket Board upstairs here as well at the DCC ground. The home of legends, that's what they call it. And you'd have every reason to believe, once you hear the names of those legends, from Roy Fredericks and Lance Gibbs, Clive Lloyd, Roger Harper, the list is a very lengthy one. Short down the leg side, missing. But this club, just excuse me, Matthew, this club is now 112 years old. 1912, which was the year the Titanic went down, so one had to go down to give emergence to the other.
and one of the most competitive clubs in Georgetown. Georgetown's cricket. Very, very hyped up team. They believe in themselves a lot.
Slow ball from Passad. This could, yeah, direct hit it would have had to be. If it were, then that would have been very close. Haven't had a lot of look at it.
I thought had he hit, that would have been a goner. He would have been a goner. And then he dropped his bat in the process. And that bat might not have been over the line, of course. It came out of his hand as well. That doesn't help you. But quick, sharp single nevertheless. Yeah, you're talking, and then the likes of a Christopher Barnwell as well, coming from this club. So they've always been very competitive. Travis Dowling, who would have played Test cricket with the West Indies. First tour against Australia. Tough times, but he stood up, represented himself in the West Indies well. So they have produced tough players who've been very gifted and talented. They possess quality. They're quality players. You've called some of those names. DCC is here to stay. It's a good club. They've got a good program as well for the youngsters.
Wide call by the umpire. Down the leg side. Passad is just guilty a little bit. I don't know if it's exhaustion. But he's 19 for 1 in over number 4 for him. At under 19, I don't expect to see exhaustion being a major factor in the body language, but Passad is pretty plump, so to speak, barrel-chested.
Sean Messiah, that familiar name, you know that guy. He's been very proactive in Georgetown cricket, and he works a lot with these guys like John Passad. There's Naeem Khan, I think that's his name. Plays for Transport.
Is he good, Naeem Khan?
He is. He's not bad at all. He can bat as well. He's a good off-spin bowler. Tall, lanky,
He has to
young
be.
man.
But he has to be good to have that name.
There's young Brandon Henry as well, the left-arm orthodox spinner. So Messiah generally has a good look at these guys and helps them a lot. Good mentor. Good, I would call him the outside coach, more or less, but good mentor to them, good example. And take note that Sean Messiah, who I believe, I hope I'm not exposing him in terms of his age, I think he's in his 50s, still plays cricket for Transport.
But it's not meant to be funny, but there are people who have really given a lot to cricket. Really given, and without financial rewards, just hang behind the game, whether it's club cricket, at the club level, the branch level, regional level. There are people that have given sterling contributions to cricket without remuneration and rewards. And so we'd like to thank all those names of those people. Shot, broadsided, straight through mid-wicket. That will go all the way to the boundary for 4. Short there again. Guilty. Passad guilty for another time. Dropping short, and Sachin, who was all this time in, back and broadsided it down towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. More from you, Matthew. Will be joined by Indrajit.
Shot of authority. The captain is 4th boundary. At the end of 8, it's 35 for 1. Hines, 4 overs. None for 10. And John Passad, 4 overs. And he would have picked up that 1 wicket for 23. 6 extras on the board. I'm now joined by Indrajit Passad. Hot morning, Indrajit. You would have come here very early having to brave the Sahara dust. Good morning and welcome, Jeet.
Good morning to you, Matthew. Good morning to all our listeners, wherever you are, viewing, listening. Yes, Guyana, pretty hot these days, and so too the entire Latin America, South America, and some parts of the Caribbean. That's the El Nino weather conditions that we are having, and this is coupled, like you said, with the Sahara dust. Never ever easy. Now he's touching down at a good line and length here. Wavell Allen. None from 10 as he begins his over number 5. Has looked good so far. If there is any little worry, apparently he has used the short ball a little too much. And most of them ballooning over the head of the player or down the leg side. But he has a good physique as a fast bowler. Tall, slimly built, long arms. Someone that we can work with.
Right up on the bat, that delivery. Oh, he hasn't bowled that badly at all. You talked about the few short deliveries, maybe a little bit wayward with the short deliveries, not really inducing the batters to play a shot. They watched those short deliveries go by to be taken by the keeper, more or less.
Well, he might be talking to himself. I am a fast bowler. I must bowl fast, and one of the weapons in the armory of a paceman is to ensure he wake up the batsman with short deliveries, but those must be unsung.
But as Naeem echoed earlier, I like his rhythm. He's got good rhythm. Nice approach to the wicket.
Careful with your language, you know. I heard you mention the name Naeem and you're telling me you like his rhythm. Hello, Matthew. Now, this is a good start so far, Matthew. Just losing the lone wicket. We're in over number 9. The early wicket fell, but these two, they've been looking good. We've seen some good shots. And both these boys, Sachin and Demerara, can bat.
Width given. Pounced on it. And they're coming back for, what, a third?
Well, that was good running between the wickets by these two. It slowed up considerably as it approached the boundary area. It was a good shot. Just went a little bit on the back foot, opening the face and working it nicely through the offside field.
Yeah, the width was there. They picked up 3. And the captain has looked really good. 4 boundaries so far in his knock. Looks to be in touch. 19 from 20. Almost a run a ball, more or less.
Yeah, and the feeling is here. The longer Demerara stays there, 10 from 22, he's going to open up. I was told by someone who knows the youngster. Yeah, a little pull shot here. Didn't get it the way he wanted it. Maybe slow off the pitch. A little bit on the slow side. Tugging it away down towards the short mid-wicket region.
You know, even at the under 19 level, under 17, under 15, you can expect sometimes when these guys go after the shots, you know, they want to show they're very ambitious. They will miscue a lot of those shots too, you know. It's all a part of the learning process.
Yes, and they're 15, 16, and 17s. They're still babies in their own right. Youthful exuberance, you call that. Yeah. That's a good-looking shot, but didn't get the placement this time. Short, cocking on the back foot there, and slashing at 1. 9 overs gone, 38 for the loss of 1.
And when he played that shot, it reminded me of having a conversation with Tej Chandripal the other day at Everest when I said, Tej, I just want you to find the gaps when you play the ball. Don't play it straight to the fielders. It's going to affect your scoring.
Yes, Sachin Balgobin 19 from 22, Demerara Dindial 10 from 22, Vikash Wilkinson, the man back in the pavilion, just 3 from 10 deliveries. John Passad, 1 for 23 from 4, none for 13 from 5. Wavell Allen.
Yeah, Passad almost going at 6 and over in his 4 overs, just under 6. But he's picked up the opener in Wilkinson, the wicketkeeper. Caught Riyad Latif at cover bowled Passad for 3. In the 4th over, it was 4 for 1.
So we are going to have a change in bowling now. John Passad has given way to the new kid on the block. Yeah, Jonathan Van Lang, and he is an excellent young cricketer. Good bowler, good batsman, and a lovely feeler. I think in him, you know, we have someone who we can look forward to in the future.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about him. He plays for DCC. I think he's what, 17 or 16. I may be wrong, but he's got good talent. He's also table tennis champ. I think at the national level. Very good all-round sportsman.
And that's good. You teach them young, can't go wrong. Youths need some guidance. You allow them to explore their own world at different ages. There's a drive taking off the left hand. It's going to go into the cover boundary for 4 runs. That's a good looking shot by Sachin Balgobin. Places it nicely, kissed the ground, and never left it.
His 5th boundary. That was a beautiful cover drive on top of it and smashed it all along the ground. Glorious shot from the captain, setting the example, showing the field inside out there how you've got to bat. Your turn will come, but I want to pile up the runs first and put you under pressure. Beautiful stroke.
Well, this time he was pushing at one that's wide outside the line of the off stump. Van Lang won't mind that at all. That's his role, to ensure that he teases the batter. But he has looked good so far. Sachin Balgobin, tall, slender fella as well. That's Demerara actually?
Yeah.
Yes, I beg your pardon. Demerara, who played that shot. Well, we're going to get that correct.
You talked about Demerara. He started slow and now he's beginning to pick up. If he stays out there long enough, he's going to get runs. He's the one who played that beautiful shot through the cover just now. He's gone up to 14. 25 balls. Balgobin 19 from 22. So they're building a partnership. First wicket going on at 4. So 38 runs so far for the second wicket in the 10th over. Helping that around to fine leg. Demerara gets his 15th run. But the thing with Jonathan Van Lang depends a lot on his shoulder with his bowling. If you watch his run-up, sometimes he kind of gives you the impression that he's stopping when he gets to the wicket to bowl. So that rhythm, that's something he has to work on. The coaches will have to work on him a bit. You see that? A little bit of shuffle before he delivers. But you need that rhythm to be continuous. The over comes to an end. 10 gone, 43 for 1.
Just tell Annie, Annie will be Harry. Late coming. You tell them, no? 43 for the loss of 1. Winning the toss and deciding to take first strike. The combined 11 of the Demerara Cricket Board. Sachin Balgobin 19, Demerara Dindial 15, Wilkinson the last man going for 3. Matthew has left me and I will be joined by one of the stalwarts as far as cricket is concerned in Guyana, That's Anil Bihari. And he has been a live wire in the entire country, making his mark, whether he's on the field of play or as an executive member of the Demerara and Guyana Cricket Boards. Hello to you, Anil. Good to have you on FL Sports, my friend.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here. The viewers out there, we want to welcome you to this specially arranged match of the Demerara Cricket Board Under-19 players, from which the Demerara Under-19 cricketers for the inter-county tournament will be selected.
Yes, and we'll be chatting because this is a new innovation by the Demerara Cricket Board. Oh, that's a good delivery right into the block hole here. Anil, we had a round-robin tournament. The 5 associations of the Demerara Cricket Board, they faced each other. We had a winner. We had a second place. Good delivery, beaten outside the line of the off stump too. Well bowled, Dave Mahabir. Tell us the idea now behind this combined 11 coming up against the champion.
Well, Indrajit, when we looked at the performances, in the preliminary round-robin matches, and we saw GCA was way above the other teams. So the board, in an effort to get the best 30 under 90 players in Demerara in preparation for the inter-county tournament, as I said earlier, came up with this new innovation.
That's a good delivery. There's a shout there for a catch at the wicket. Umpire Gas will have none of that one. The over's been completed. It's 43 for the loss of 1.
Yes, to continue from there is that what we want to make sure that the best 30 players in Demerara on the 19 level been exposed one more time at this historic venue, DCC, to stake a claim in the inter-county tournament, selection inter-county tournament. So that's the whole initiative, that's the whole idea about. At the end of the day, the development of young cricket is important at the Demerara board level, then the national level, and then at the West Indies level.
Yes, and I think that all can understand that undertaken by the Demerara Cricket Board, because if you've had a final, it simply means the top team would have had to play the second place team, and they would have reached in the round-robin tournament as well.
Correct. That was the initial idea, that's the initial form, but as I said, it's a new innovation. We may replicate this in every other inter-association tournament. Depends on the scores and the results of the preliminary matches.
So, over number 12 is about to begin. Jonathan Van Lang, his first over cost him 5 runs. Very steady. He's a strong young player. We'll want to remind the selectors with a good performance here at DCC. Wow, that's a short delivery. One that jumped on the right-handed Sachin Balgobin. We shall surely look at that again. Yeah, that's a good lift, good pace, and he hit the deck very hard. And it just rose at the last moment, but well played too by Balgobin. Just jerking his neck inside the line of the delivery, allowing that one to go by. So he's showing good technique here as well. Not a short rising delivery. And I think people will support that initiative, Anil. What it does is to give more players an opportunity. Even the selectors have a chance to select the best of the rest to compete against the winners. So more players are exposed with talent. More has a chance to impress the selectors.
Yeah, well, definitely. You see, this will provide an incentive for the players at the preliminary round to do well.
Yes, he was a little bit hesitant there, not knowing whether to expect the short ball or the one that's going to be pitched up. This one was short of a length. Like what you have seen so far with these two?
Extremely good talent. As I said at the Under-15 tournament, Guyana has tremendous talent. The board, the responsibility of the Guyana board, the Demerara board, and the Eskimo and Bodies board is to nurture these talents to make sure that our showing at the regional level becomes better and better.
So here is a drive down to extra cover. Does it? Has enough to get towards the boundary? It does. And umpire Gas is going to signal that for. Now that's a perfect shot. Up to extra cover wide mid-off region and looks good.
Very impressive cover drive there by young Sachin Balgobin. Beautifully dribbled through the covers.
And look at that, just there. Half volley outside the line of the off stump. And Balgobin didn't look to hit it too hard, just stroking it gently and nicely to placed it well. And that he's gone, he's caught behind there, looking at a flashing shot outside the line of the off stump, and just after being given a praise, the commentators curse, he's edging away to the keeper.
There he goes again, the commentator scores. A fine little innings by Sachin Balgobin. And coming back to the initiative of this specially arranged match, the Demerara board led by Mr. Bisudial Singh, when the idea was put out to him, and he said that's a good initiative, let's go with it. And after consultation with the sponsors, they even were more impressed with the idea because it's something they never thought about. So what it does, as I said earlier, it gives these young players at the preliminary rounds an even extra incentive to do well. Because let me imagine that West Demerara end up in the final against GCA. What happens to the East Bank Demerara, the East Coast, and the Upper Demerara players? The good players will be left out of this grand finale and would also be left out with the opportunity to present a case to represent Demerara in the intercompany under 19 tournament.
Yes, and at the same time too, the selectors might be saying, you know what, I want to have another look at X from another team, but that team is not in the final. How do I get another look at him? So the best case scenario, select the best of the rest, have them on show here today. Kudos to the Demerara Cricket Board and the sponsors.
Well, the selectors, whatever doubts they had, this is the final opportunity to clear their mind. And it may be a good headache for them as well. Because what I have seen so far this morning, what I've known being around these players, I've been around in Georgetown over 9 years, and I've been with them since they're 10, 11, 12, 13 years. And I know them so well that I'm certain that the selectors have a very good headache.
Yes, and very difficult to be cured by Panadol and Fensic and aspirin and so on. They might have to take something stronger. Final delivery in over number 12. And that's a shortish delivery, standing tall and defending. 12 gone, 47 for 2.
Yeah, I would like to say special thanks to the Guyana Floodlight Softball Cricket Association family. These guys, for the second year, they have committed sponsorship to this tournament. And in addition to that, a few other members of the association came on board this time because they saw what we did last year, and they saw the willingness of some of the sponsors that came on board this year, some to add to it.
Yes, and I will join in saying thanks to them as well, because the Guyana Floodlight Softball Cricket Association, actually my family as well, when they hosted the Guyana Cup, you know, so many foreign teams come here from North America. 3,000-4,000 people used to flock Border Green. And you look at that on the screen there. We've seen the bowling figures. Bowling has been good so far this morning. And some of the names in that Guyana Floodlight Softball Cricket Association are guys who love cricket and given their heart. So Dave Mahabir, just tossing it there on the line of the leg stump. A little bat onto pad and then away into the onside field.
Yeah, to go to further to the sponsorship, I will add a bit to it after this delivery.
So, good delivery, just outside the line of the off stump. Yes, Anil?
Yeah, one of the members has committed to cover the cost of this live stream today. I will tell you that.
Good delivery. That's Nicholas Shivprasad there out in the middle, Naeem.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Naeem.
Another member has provided tops for the players to play the white ball cricket.
Yes, and I will allow you to continue that. And I have a suggestion coming from a guy named Devon Ramnath. You know that fella?
Yes, I do know Devon Ramnath. He's one of my contributors to my private project.
Yeah, and you've been doing a terrific job with your partners in that project, Cricket Gear, Anil. I mean, congratulations, touching so many youngsters. Good delivery, tight line, tight length again. 13 overs gone, 47 for 2.
Yeah, thank you, Indeed. That's an initiative that that came naturally because as a kid when I grew up playing cricket, I played at the County with the borrowed gears. I can remember playing at border against Demerara. Nothing that I wore was mine. In addition to the bat and everything, gloves and everything. And I know how it can be difficult for some families. I mean, things are better now, but still there are a lot of kids out there that need gears. And the reach is across Guyana, and it's not restricted to any particular area. It's not restricted to any particular club. We try as much as possible to cover the entire Guyana. In terms of the sponsorship, I would like to add to another friend, another member of GFCA has provided a lunch today as well.
Well, that is good news. So we are taking care of. Wicket takers has been John Passard and Jonathan Van Lang, a wicket each for them. And that's the reason why the score is 47 for the loss of 2. Van Lang, short lifting delivery outside the line of the off stump. Devon Ramnot says Anil Bihari deserves a national award for all the work he does for cricket in Guyana. And I think this will be given tremendous support. Thank you, Naim. You know, and it's good when you honor people while they're alive. Get to know them. And there have been so many others in this country who have given their life and time to the sports disciplines in Guyana. There's a shout of catch it there. Might have been in the air a little, but a shot that was forced upon him, a little stiffer delivery here from Jonathan Van Lang. And you mentioned the Guyana Floodlight Softball Cricket Association, Anil. You yourself is a part of that family, whether they play in Guyana or they go overseas and play. I remember being at a border cricket ground one Pagua morning. The game lasted the day before Pagua, into the Pagua morning, the rain fell, and it was Pagua for real. It was a drive and a beaten outside the line of the off stumper.
The members of the Floodlight Association, they really love cricket. And although they're older guys, they still support hardball cricket. And most of them play softball cricket. As a matter of fact, this evening, we will having a memorial tournament, a friendly tournament to honor our 2 late brothers, Riaz Hussain and Mike Singh.
Yes, and that is what the GF, Guyana Floodlight Softball Cricket Association, is known for. Building a family and reaching out for each other. That's a good delivery again, but he manages to squeeze it into the onside field and will get a single.
Well, coming back to Devon's comment, Devon, thank you, but I feel humbled by your comments. But I will let you know, and everybody else know, that whatever I've done for cricket is truly from the heart.
I know that. We all know that, Anil Bihari. When you were in Berbice, you know, you're always a Berbician. I know that. That comes first. But then you made Demerara your home and you continued that good job. And I was particularly happy to see you on the Guyana Cricket Board, especially where finance is concerned. Short, and he's slashing this one away. Down towards fine third man. Just a single. Having spent most of your work life in the bank dealing with people's money, you know. I feel so happy when yourself and Vicky came into the commentary box. We begin to feel the touch of the money.
Well, that's our role at the board, at the cricket board. Vicky is the treasurer of the Demerara Cricket Board. I'm the market manager. At the Demerara board level, at the Guyana board level, we are 2 technocrats, both in finance, governance, and marketing.
Yes, good defensive shot here. And it is so important to get Cooperate Guyana on board. Look at this. Demerara Cricket Board has taken it to a new level as this over comes to an end. 14 gone, 49 for the loss of 2. Nicholas Schiff Passard on 16, Dana Ryan on 16 as well. Very difficult to do things without Cooperate Guyana. And here is where you guys have been able to garner the necessary sponsorship.
First of all, at the Guyana board and the Demerara board level, we have a good team. We have a team with men of integrity, and that's the first form of marketing. Building trust with the sponsors of Corporate Guyana. And after that, we try our best to do good PR work, and we try to market ourselves, and we are very accountable. Every single cent that comes into the cricket board is accounted for, and it serves its intended purpose.
Yes, and we all know that. We can attribute to that, very effective spending. And there's a drive in the air that's gone through mid-wicket and will reach the boundary for 4. Good-looking shot, deliberately played. And what was good about it, he knows where the scoring opportunity was. Just look at this one again. just outside the line of the off stump. Good wristy shot over mid wicket and getting the boundary.
That's a little of Virat Kohli there.
Bringing up the 50 as well for the combined 11. 53 for the loss of 2 in over number 15. Yes, Virat has very, very strong wrist. And Demerara Cricket Board, I was saying, has taken it to another level. Having live stream. You know, if people can't come to the cricket, we take it into their homes, on their smartphones, wherever they are, they can follow what's happening. And it's amazing. Thousands of people are viewing it. You just look at those comments.
Yes, definitely. And you see what's important. Most of these kids' families may be living in North America and other parts of the world. What it does, it gives them an opportunity to see their grandson or their nephew.
Yes, and I agree with you there. Pulling back the length this time. This is smart bowling by Dave Mahabir. None for 4. He's in his 3rd over. Demerara is driving back up the track, a little bit of a misfeel, but he can't capitalize because he recovered nicely.
What we also have done in the JIT is that we have introduced a new initiative because we found it difficult to get total sponsorship for tournament.
Yeah, beaten outside the line of the off stump as it goes by into the gloves of the keeper. 15 overs gone. At the end of 15, it's 53 for the loss of 2. Yes, Anil.
So we have established or we launched a new initiative, Friends of Demerara Cricket. It started last year. We raised, I think, it's $760,000, and we have started sending out letters this year already. We have some commitments as well. Soon you will see the presentations and the press releases in the print and electronic media, and we also to try to replicate that at the Guyana Board level. With whatever finance comes in at the Guyana Cricket Board level, we want to enhance our youth cricket, or youth cricketers, and our female cricketers. As you may have known, the female cricketers recently second in both the Super 50 regional tournament and the T20, and I think they were only pipped out at the Super 50 because of the bonus point system that the West Indies Cricket Board has. Something I personally, in my opinion, don't support. I think a win is a win at that level, because that is the highest level in international cricket or regional cricket. I think it should be straight wins or forced innings or whatever the case may be. That's my opinion, though. So what we have done is that we are trying to market ourselves in innovative ways, and until we're able to reestablish sponsorship for the entire tournaments. As you know, cricket is a very expensive game to run. So that's a new initiative at the Demerara Cricket Board and at the Guyana Cricket Board level, where we market ourselves, people come to us, we do what we have to do, we do due diligence, and then we add monies to our youth program, our female program, and in case of the Demerara Cricket Board, the funds garnered from that initiative helps to cushion these youth tournaments in particular.
Yes, so you aren't missing any action whatsoever. The players are having a little drinks break, a little water break. We'll take a little break, and in another minute and a half or 2, we'll be right back. So the first delivery just after the water break deliberately steered away down towards third man. The fielder in that fly slip position made a valiant effort to save it. He can't. So the score has gone on to 54 for the loss of 2. So I've been chatting away with Anil Bihari, executive member of the Demerara Cricket Board and of course the Guyana Cricket Board, and highly respected in this part of the world. Recently attended a meeting at Cricket West Indies level. There's a drive, it peels off the outer portion of the bat, will run away towards the boundary. That's great effort to save at least 2 runs there. So this is the kind of feeling that will lift the spirit of the entire team. So Anil, as you have your match going on here today, after this I think that the Demerara team will be selected?
Well, yes, most likely, but it's left on the selectors. But most likely, before the weekend is out, it will be announced.
Any dates so far for the Inter-County under 19? And that's a short delivery, almost in front of his face, pulling it around and getting a single.
I am almost certain it will start on the 10th of April.
Well, that's good news. Early preparation for the regional tournament. And I think this year is going to be very, very competitive. Lots of dry condition. All 3 counties have been going through their paces. Berbice having their preparation as we speak here. So too, Essequibo. And we can expect some thrilling 50 overs cricket.
Yeah, definitely. What I have recognized for the past 2 or 3 years is that Essequibo cricket has jumped a level from where it was probably 4 or 5 years from now. We normally Essequibo team get bowled for 18, 15, 20, 12. At all levels, the females, the junior and the senior. But they have now far more competitive. And I must say special kudos to Vice President Guyana Cricket Board and President.
Yeah, you're talking about Mr. Dalip Singh as they score a single here. Yes, he and his team, they've been doing a terrific job there. And I guess support coming from the quarters as well. People who are interested about cricket, Guyana Cricket Board, Demerara Cricket Board, even Berbice Cricket Board coming, to lend wherever they can.
Well, he himself has been able to garner sponsorship, and he himself is very innovative in the way he prepares his teams. I am very impressed with his idea.
There was a drive that's gone over the top of cover and away to the boundary for 4, just going over that little hill of grass. Another fine shot by Demerara.
And at the same time, Berbice is also doing their bits and pieces there, because I think they had a trial recently, and they had a tournament on the 19 tournament, which is also in the semi-final stage. So I think all 3 countries are ready to roll, and of course we have the Select 11, so it gives us the opportunity to see at least 60 young under 19 players in Guyana who will vie for national selection to represent Guyana at the regional under 19 tournament coming up later in the year.
Yes, and Wilkinson, so far, how much? 3 runs have been knocked off his bowling. Wilkinson actually made 3. Demerara Dindial, 27 from 49. Sachin Balgobin, the one out as well, 23 from 28. And Nicholas Shiv Pasad, he's a not out on 3. Still have a very strong batting lineup there to come. It's a 50 over game. Many of these guys, too, Anil, would have played T20 cricket. So in that kind of mode. So what they have to do out in the middle there, just curtail that natural aggressive instinct. 50 overs cricket here.
Yes, that's important, because the T20 cricket will help them to able to hit the ball when it's in their areas or their zone, as you call it. But at the same time, they have to be selective. Because 50 over cricket is a very, very important cricket. It develops your skill, your mental and physical toughness.
That's a shortish delivery here from Dave Mahabir as he begins his 4th over. Just close to the line of the off stump, and that's where the spinners should be targeting. That's right. No room, no width. You want to play me, well, then you have to come down and get at me. And there is where you made the mistakes. What was it like playing Inter-County? Anil, in your days, he's getting onto this one. In the air, catch taken. Well, he floored it. It should have been taken. My word, why do you want to drop one like that on a Saturday afternoon? It's like dropping dal puri and duck curry, man. Can't do that.
No, that's too good.
Oh no, boy, had it in the grasp, and somehow or the other, it just leaked through. Well, he has to wheel and come again. Good delivery, right on target. All he can do is to defend here. Naim Chan is preparing to come and take my seat, Anil. And I'm certain, you know, he's going to chat with you and he might be asking some questions. You know, he's a humorous fella. And that only happens in old age, right? So the final delivery here in over number 17. Here's a drive, beats the bowler. There's protection out at long on. And they'll just get this single. So one more to the score. 17 overs have been completed after 17. 63 for the loss of 2. More from you, Anil, and you'll be joined by Naim Chan.
Yeah, thank you, Indrajit. And I take the opportunity to welcome Naim to his chair. As we witnessed today, a lovely game so far. Excellent weather. It's cloudless skies. And our youngsters are having an opportunity to showcase their talent and their skill once again in a final bid to be selected at the Demerara Under-19 team.
Well, I almost said good afternoon. It's still morning hours here in Guyana. Right, absolutely gorgeous sunshine. This is really streaming down. And this has been like this for the past few months. But I noticed that the meteorological office has been offering a particular word. I'll get back to that. I think we're going to have a change in bowling. Dave Mahabir. But they've been using the word hot or warm, extremely warm in their weather predictions over the past few days. So it's extremely hot, very humid. And of course we have the worsening the situation is the presence of the Sahara dust visiting the Caribbean. Beautiful shot through the offside. What a shot! Pitched up there. Demerara, who started pretty shakily earlier on, has really found his ground and driving ferociously through the offside. Absolutely good timing. We saw a few of those from the captain himself, Sachin Balgobin, who made 23 off 27. Had a good opening stand there. But Demerara, who was pretty sluggish initially, has found his rhythm. Nice looking shot there. So I thought for one moment, Anil, that we had some surface or preparation moisture this morning. That has all dried out. The pitch seemed to be given even bounce now.
Well, it's extremely hot, so it wouldn't take more than 5-6 overs for those moisture to disappear.
And I see that you're on the 15 team. You must be pretty proud. If they were off, I think the first game was rain affected, and then they won the second.
No, the second is, yeah, they won the second, correct. The third is currently playing.
Pretty impressive little boys. I had a look at some of them. I've heard much about them. Comparatively, at this level, competing in the West Indies, how much do you favor them? I'll have you in a while. This is in the air. Could it be caught and bowled? No, it was pretty far away from Latif. But I don't think he got to the pitch of the ball there. Demerara got a single. He's moved to 33 now. But how good do you think our little boys stand?
Well, they have an excellent chance. I think they won the strongest team in the tournament, and I saw their game that they played the second game. And they were very, very efficient.
But you've been flying around too. I mean, every now and then I see you on social media. You're in a different country. Good to be working for the Guyana Cricket Board. I think I've been pretty enthused and very happy to see some of the results I'm seeing in local cricket. And you've had glorious weather conditions too.
Well, the weather has been very kind for the last 9 months or so. And the Guyana Cricket Board, the Demerara Cricket Board, and the other cricket boards are taking full advantage of the fine, dry weather.
I get the sense, Anil, that corporate responsibility or help there's been an outpouring in contemporary times. Are you getting a sufficiently satisfactory response from corporate community?
Well, actually, it's a work in progress. We have seen some improvements of recent, and we are working closely with Corporate Guyana, businesses, and private individuals.
It's good to see that. And apart from that, we've got an administration, a government in place that seems to have, down the leg side, not of interest to the umpire, that seem to have a particular interest for sports. Are you satisfied with the kind of help you've been getting?
Yes, Naeem, definitely. The president has a lot of interest in sports, cricket in particular, because he loves cricket.
Swept away, not a good shot there from Demerara. Demerara has really found his rhythm and has been executing some fantastic stroke play through the offside. That was swept away, square of the wicket down the leg side. So a bit of problem here for young Dave Mahabir, just lagging down the leg side. There's no backward square, no fine leg. There's a man all the way to squarish of the mid-wicket boundary. Now here's another one. This might even carry close to a catch down at the long-on boundary, bordering on mid-wicket, but it eluded the fieldsman, who made quite a valiant effort and went down to the boundary for 4. So young Demerara opening his shoulders a little bit now, 2 consecutive boundaries.
You're coming back to the support of the government of Guyana. I must say that Minister Charles Ramson, young and energetic as he is, also a lover of sports, cricket in particular as well. We want to thank them in partnership with the Guyana Cricket Board. We are moving places, and we expect to move even further places.
But I've seen a lot of little miniature tractors donated to clubs across the country. But this morning I was learning too that automated rollers are now being given out. DCC was a beneficiary of one of that.
Well, I'm not too sure, but what I will say, that I'm in full support of that, because I believe in community development. In every little community has a little ground. Something must happen that would favor our young people.
So Riyad Latif continuing the attack from the northern end of the ground in absolutely blistering sunshine. Nicely flighted, good delivery. And Nicholas Shiopasad lunging forward, bat and pad close together, did not middle it. I'm trying to look at the effect of spin on these 2 batsmen. Nicely slashed away. This will carry towards the third man boundary all the way there, 4 runs. Nicely picked up there. Orthodox right arm leg spin, and he spotted it pretty early and then just opened the face of the bat, guided it. There's no third man there, moving the score now to 83 for 2 in over number 20. So after this we've got 30 long overs, and I think the batsmen have been cognizant of that fact. This is not the T20 format, and that's one of the things I was looking for and looking at. Another deliberate shot into the offside, no run this time. I'm always on the lookout for the appetite to want to stay there, and I'm talking here about the batsmen, to want to stay and bat for long periods, because not every game will be a T20 scenario. I think he's bowled. Yes, played over the top of the ball, Nicholas Shiopasad, and wicket number 3 going down for the combined 11, playing over the top of the ball, probably, quite possibly took the on the edge. We'll have another angle with another camera on your screen in a while, but definitely overplaying or overriding the ball and into the stumps. So wicket number 3, 83 for the loss of 3. But you yourself, Anil, you alluded to the fact that you played for the intercounty level as well. So you've been in the thick of things. There may have been a little time gone by. But just give me a little comparison of what it was then and juxtapose it to what is happening now. I'm talking about the pure level of performances.
Well, in our time, that was in the mid-90s, it was very competitive. And in the intercounty tournaments, they had the best players in Guyana playing in the intercounty tournament. It was good, tough cricket. Since then to now, I don't see there's a lack of talent in Guyana cricket. That's for sure. What is important is the structure is very important. And that is why we're working hard at the GCB level and at the Demerara level to bring forth the best system possible, to bring forth the best players possible. If you have looked for the past couple of years, there are a lot of Guyanese represented West Indies at different level. I think at the IPL right now, we have more Guyanese than any other territorial board at the IPL right now, if I'm correct. And the structure is important. There are lots of talent still in Guyana.
When you say the structure is different, I'd like you to perhaps put your finger on one or two elements that's different now. Is it more competition or better coaching, more money being spent in these areas or something of the sort?
Well, actually, then had more competitions, then had more sponsors. Now, they had a period that the sponsors lost confidence in Guyana's cricket. Now we are trying to rebuild that, doing some damage control, and we want to reach a level where each and every competition in Guyana is sponsored by some organization or private individual.
And you're spearheading that, marketing, am I right?
Yes, I'm part of the team. The marketing belongs to the entire board. We have all taken the responsibility to help to market our respective boards.
I think they'll get an easy single. Long on will come into play. Shortish delivery there from Latif. And Demerara just off the back foot. As I said, he's found his rhythm. And gently and casually just playing it. His timing has improved tremendously as well. But you identify, there's one particular thing that you said that's of interest to me. That the competition was higher then or more intense. But you said something about the national players were more involved. I recall intensely and rigidly involved in commentaries in the 1990s. And I always remember the national players, the David Fingal, the Roger Harpers, the Sudesh Daniram and the Lamberts, all of them participated at the intercounty level.
Well, 2023 at the senior intercounty level, we were fortunate to have all our players. If you can remember, I think you commentated the matches at Border and other venues. We had all our national players available, and that was a good thinking of the Guyana Cricket Board.
So let's see what the thinking will be here. I want to believe that the thinking and the approach of the Combined 11 is pretty solid, and they have their heads on their shoulders. Because you've got to remember that it's 50 overs. There's a lot of time available. And even the new batsman seems to have received his instructions very clear. Lots of time, lots of overs left. So let's dig in there. Show the selectors that I want to bat. I have the appetite to bat, the desire. And I can stay here, build an innings.
The new batsman is Mathura.
Nityanand. I think there are two Mathuras in this squad.
Now, if you give me the opportunity, I would like to encourage viewers out there. If you're in and around the Demerara Cricket Club, please come down and support these youngsters.
Well, I just got a call from a business associate, and he says, oh, Demerara? Yeah, I'm coming. So he's going to be down here, just like what Anil is advocating, to come down, give some support to the youngsters. I don't know whether he got a nick onto that, but it's going to go very close to the boundary. It even gets in there, 4 byes signaled. So didn't get a touch on his pad or anything like that. 4 byes signaled by the umpire. Now, I was reading the other day, Anil, and this is a very important factor, element in the makeup of young cricketers. It is important, may I say, to have some measure of it, and the word is arrogance. But I saw Sachin Tendulkar warning one of the youngsters at the IPL to come down to the earth. In your administrative or the execution of your duties at the level of the Guyana Cricket Board, have you been getting this kind of feedback that many players are either overly rude or arrogant, not displaying the correct attitude? That's one. And the second one is, these young players have been showing it, displaying it full, that they have their eyes on the IPL and the purse rather than to play and impress selectors here. It's all about hoping too much for the big times on the purse.
Well, actually, Naeem, where our cricketers are concerned, we don't have many problems with discipline, to be honest with you. And if ever it raises its ugly head, the executive of the board, strike it early. Because we will not tolerate indiscipline, because indiscipline breeds. It breeds from one person to another person to the entire team.
Infectious.
It's very infectious. And in terms of IPL and the T20 leagues, every kid wants to earn big money. But what you have to realize is the process to get there. The process to get there is start with the simple things.
Airborne for a while, but wide off the long off, and it goes into the boundary for 4. Demerara is cutting loose. There's absolutely no hiding of that. And he has found his rhythm. His timing has become above par, so to speak, and looking good. He's got 45 in just 63 deliveries. Just coming back to the same issue, there is a burning figure. Look at Pakistan, for example. You're seeing miscalculated there, Demerara on that occasion, and aborted the shot, so to speak. There's a short backward square. So he's got to be mindful of that too. But many of the cricketing administrations across the world do not give their players permission and time off to go feast on these league cricket and the Big Bash and the IPL and all of that. What is hurting sometimes is that you look at a youngster, because of school cricket, just look at the chronology, and I'll come back to that in a while, lifted down the leg side into the mid-wicket region, just a single. But these players, it costs to take them from nursery to primary to secondary to the Guyana level, the national level, and then you decorate them with the maroon clothes, the West Indian clothes, put on their caps, make them, mold them into good players, and then they disappear. Outside edge, there's an appeal, not out, says the umpire. But then these players, sometimes, on many occasions, disappoint and hurt the West Indies Cricket Board, as in this case. What is going through the mind of the administration of curbing this some way or the other? Because, I mean, you have very little stuff that you people can do. You're handicapped as far as I'm concerned.
Well, this is my personal opinion. I'm a big advocate of a stronger contract at the West Indies Cricket Board level with the players, because as you said, the system, a lot has been invested in the system, and when they reach to that level, they walk away and leave you. You don't get the opportunity to get some rewards out of your investment, to invest in the other set of players. But that's my personal opinion. I think the contract has to be stronger, and I really admire what Afghanistan did recently, if you can remember, when they refused no objection for IPL unless they sign the contract.
Great. Pakistan is leading the way. I think England has a tight system as well. But because of the massive injection of funds on this international stage now, it has lured a lot of players, and it's an embarrassment, if not a disappointment, to know, let's take it in my perspective, I make you, I groom you, I spend behind you, I decorate you, give you all the talent and the coaching, and then you walk away. Is there a tax in your mind that you can levy on players once? Listen, I'm making you a West Indian player. There's whatever contract you get, you owe me something from that.
Well, basically, what I know off my head is that some money is supposed to be coming down from IPL for the players to go back to the territory and the club that they came from. But I don't know how practical is it right now, because I never heard that anybody was credited to any account for these players.
And you're a banker.
And I'm also was a former and still a member of Young Warriors Cricket Club that produced Shivanetti Maya. So I can tell you that at first hand that no monies ever came from West Indies Board for Shivanetti Maya, IPL's contribution.
But that's good news, and I hope it materializes. That's absolutely good news that the IPL, at least it is in their minds and on the consideration that, listen, they do nothing to train anybody. They harvest. And it's good to know that at least it's a consideration of the IPL administration. That, listen, we at least owe, in Guyana's case, we owe Guyana, maybe the club where Hetmai is from, some little thing to give back, and West Indies Cricket Board as well, because they prepared this guy and handed him on a platter to me. And I'm utilizing his talent for money.
Yes, Anil, I was just butting into the point that Naeem is making. And there are a few things that are happening and, that continues to happen. Dindial, 46 from 72. When they signed this contract to play in IPL, a percentage of the monies that the player signed on to is forwarded to Cricket West Indies. That has been happening for the longest while. It's in their contract. It is meant for the development of the cricket. Now, what happens is that it's not Guyana that produces for IPL. It's the West Indies that produces for IPL. It is left now on Cricket West Indies to ensure that the players that, like Guyana, like Barbados, like Trinidad, that produce players for the West Indies, that they're given something from that. So that's the situation. And then let's see if Guyana gets. There's a drive. Appeal for a catch at the wicket, gone. Caught behind. And that's a valuable wicket to get at this time. Nityanan going for one. It's going to be 94 for the loss of 4. When Guyana gets, now the club will be saying that, you know what? Guyana could not have gotten this player without the production from the club. So it's filtering all the time. So let's say if it's a 10% or a 5%, you can imagine what happens when it comes down. So that's the scenario here. I think the bigger picture should be the International Cricket Council. I mean, they need to have a much fairer distribution of monies earned through ICC tournaments to West Indies. I mean, you can't talk international cricket without talking West Indies cricket. And I feel that at the moment it's too one-sided for the bigger nation. So I think the ICC must play a better role as far as allocation of monies to the West Indies team.
I fully agree with you, but as you know, the BCCI controls the ICC. And they have the most money in terms of cricket boards in the world.
Yes, well, they're claiming, that they are the ones who actually bring in the most money to this huge ICC tournament and so on. That might be true. But if you're looking to develop the game, now, Anna, look at this. Cricket West Indies have been tasked to develop the game in the Americas. That's additional burden to West Indies. Oversee that development. The thing is, if we're going to develop our youths to play the game at the highest level, we must ensure that Cricket West Indies have been given a fair share. And not only Cricket West Indies, we're talking Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Zimbabwe, some of the poorest boards around Pakistan as well.
I agree with you. I'm not certain, but you may be able to answer this question, because I know you do a lot of research. When West Indies was on top, and ICC was making a lot of money through West Indies cricket and cricketers, What used to happen then? How was it distributed, the money or the funds?
Well, that was a fair distribution across the globe. And, you know, they called for that at that time. Now, it has changed. West Indies cricket has not been what it used to be in the days gone by. You know, I sincerely pray and hope that one day our cricket will be so strong that they have to stand up and take notice. I think the signs are good now. I'm happy that the territorial boards can come together, cooperate, and tournaments like these, you know, that Demerara Cricket Board is having can only do good to develop the youths.
Surely, surely.
New batsman, Anthony Lim. Thank you, Inderjeet. But there was one thing, Anil, I want to engage you on before you leave. How happy or how unhappy you might be with cricketers who respond or give back to their community, their club. I've seen and read about Hetmeyer doing a wonderful job. There are issues and elements of his career that may have been a little disappointing, but I think he's been a man that has been giving back to his club, his county. I don't know if this is... Now, that's a bad bit of feeling there for the second time. Gives the batsman on the batting side an extra single. But is it a prevalent thing where cricketers, Guyanese I'm talking about here, I know of one Guyanese cricketer, the prolific, has played for the West Indies for decades and has not really given back to, well, I was physically involved then, that has not given back to his community, period. And so I'm wondering, when I spoke about these levying of tax from a Guyana board perspective, if that might be a consideration. Listen, Mr. Chan, you're from Albion. You're playing now for Guyana because of us and our nurturing and coaching. You're going on to the West Indies. If you turn great and you're making some money, you owe us something here. Just a small little thing, a box of balls to start with. Something like that. But apart from Hetmeyer, have you been hearing much?
Well, first of all, it's there's no arrangement like that.
I know.
It's pure human, and it's pure love for your club or your country. But I know Romario Shepherd does it.
Chemo Paul.
I know Chemo Paul does it.
Even Ramnaresh Sarwan, I think.
I know. I know a lot of these guys do it. Kevin Sinclair started a program which was, I think, is an excellent idea, and where he came from is a very depressed community, Angers Avenue, and his initiative is excellent to bring these youngsters, show them that you can get another Kevin Sinclair coming out of Angers Avenue. But at the end of the day, it's all about how these guys think about giving back to where you come from.
And that's voluntary.
Correct, it's voluntary.
Yeah. But I guess it's within their human thinking that you know, I was brought up here, the boys were bowling at me morning until afternoon in the community, at the club level. That should be appreciated. Down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Absolute pleasure.
Naeem and Inderjeet and Matthew. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. And again, I would like to call on corporate Guyana, private businesses and private individuals to come out, support cricket at all levels, so that we can help to keep a lot of youngsters off the street doing idle things. Thanks for the opportunity again, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Anil Bihari, of many professions, he is still in banking, functions at the Guyana Cricket Board level, CWI, and of course in the counties, mustering gears, cricket gear and equipment for young, aspiring and talented cricketers in the country. He's nothing short, and he's left my hearing, he's not hearing me, nothing short of excellent. I think he's doing a fantastic job. Congratulations. Well, it's now afternoon hours. Matthew, good afternoon.
Hi, Naim. Thank you. Good to be back. Great, healthy discussion between Inderjeet, yourself, and Anil Bihari, a man big in cricket in Guyana. At the end of 25 overs, 100 for 4, so the 100 coming up. And they're going at 4 per over. That run rate, not bad at all. Halfway mark. But they'll be looking for anything like around 250 plus. They've lost 4 wickets in Wilkinson, Balgobin, Shiopasad and Mathura. Dave Mahabi, on the other hand, hasn't bowled that badly. 8 overs, none for 19. He's been good. Demerara, 1 short of a half century. 76 balls he's faced so far. That's a big shot. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Gets his half century. Is it? Demerara, a well-played half century to the opening batter, who you said earlier struggled a bit at the start of his innings, but he's gone on and he's played well. 53 from 77 deliveries, an excellent knock. In the context of the game and the innings of the combined 11, a good knock, excellent knock. Had to concentrate a lot, but this time he's out. Caught by Alvin Mohamir at extra cover, a soft dismissal, going for the drive, not in control. And I tell you what, Riyad Latif, the little youngster, has picked up another wicket. 3 for 23 in his 5th over. And finally, we would say probably the commentator's curse after giving him all the glory. He goes, Demerara, good innings. 53 from 81, 9 fours, good strike rate. At the end of the day, 104 for the loss of 5.
Good knock. Very, very good knock. Exciting. There was good stroke play. And it's always good to see the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 batsmen in any side. You presume that the top batsmen, the high quality batsmen, come in at those positions. And I always look forward to see exciting stroke play, whether your side is in a difficult situation or not. You think about the Laras and you'd understand and get the picture what I'm saying. They're in a seriously difficult situation. They bat themselves out, but even during that time of recovery, they seem to have the command to stroke the ball, any loose ball that comes. And that's what Demerara did. He started off a bit of a struggle and then was in total command at the end, scoring 53 off 80 deliveries and putting his side in quite a solid position. Not necessarily a winning position, 105 with so many overs left. This is just the halfway mark, and so it will be at least a better position.
So Shiloh Adams, he is known as one of the impact players on this side, gets his first run. Steered away down to 3rd man. Batting with green pads on, plays his cricket for Transport. Good talent, good young, talented cricketer. And you see the youngsters showcasing their talent very well here, because look at Riyad Latif. 5 overs, 3 for 24. 26 overs gone, 105 for the loss of 5.
But I think that the selectors, who I assume are all within close vicinity of the ground, they, I guess, would be making up their minds. That's their job. I think they have to pay particular attention to the bowling attack. I've not seen a wizardly sparkle coming out of any particular bowler. There was Warren who opened the bowling. A lanky fella was getting the ball to lift appreciably. Bit of a spark there. And the spinners have not done too badly in this game. But it's something, and from the side-on angle too, it's difficult to know exactly who are the little wizards.
And we talked about that spark you're looking for. You've seen it in Riyad Latif so far, bowling from the north end, the leg spinner.
You've seen it in him. And we were here for another tournament earlier this year. Saw some good spinners too. So it's good to see that Latif is working his way and impressing the selectors. It's difficult from this angle to know whether he turns the ball a lot, but he's flighting it, and that's important.
And even though Dave Mohammed hasn't picked up a wicket as yet, in his 9th over, none for 20. Excellent. That's what you want from your spinner.
And spinners these days, in particular leg spinners, only if you're the like of the great Afghanistan bowler, Rashid, that you can survive bowling to the current tribe, if I call them that, of batsmen around the world who are filled with such savage brutality. You've got to be a good spinner, especially if you're a leg spinner, right arm leg spin. And so you can't even afford to flight as much as we have grown up seeing people doing. Flighting the ball.
Well, T20 cricket certainly not for that.
Absolutely.
So as a spinner, you've got to change your style of bowling.
And that's why I'm in full praise of people like Rashid.
Well, he is very, very deceptive. 27 overs have been completed in this innings of the DCB team, the combined 11 side, 107 for 5. But Naim, I must say, I enjoyed listening to that discourse between yourself and Anil Bihari and Indrajit as well. If I can add my little piece to that, any cricketer, world cricketer, from any part of the world who've contributed well to the game, they've performed well and they've been outstanding, should always be an unselfish individual.
But I guess it happens. It's a human thing. And many of the players of long ago, and when I say long ago, I'm talking about a decade ago only, that did not benefit from these franchise cricket and league cricket financially, I mean. There was little that they possessed to give back. But now you expect that players who go on these big international stage that will give back. This is high in the air, out of the ground. So 6 runs there, nicely timed. There was a slight chance for a short moment. I thought that the long off would get around, but then the ball was over the boundary.
Big shot by Anthony Lim. He plays his cricket for Maltino's Sports Club. There's a lot of talk about this youngster. He hits the ball very hard, a sweet time of the ball. And he sends it packing a long way. Anthony Lim, strongly built. He's 8 from 11 deliveries, so that's a good shot for 6 over wide long off. This time he whips it around the corner. Got inside his stumps and just turned it nicely. That whip shot around the corner, picked up a single.
What has impressed me, Matthew, is many of the frontline batsmen for the combined side, the side batting now, they have shown an intent that they want to bat. And that's a good sight. That's a positive sight. Nicely flighted here from Latif. He's got a nice loop, Latif.
For me, looking at him, the few times I've looked at Latif, he looks good for the future. He's a leg spinner. He's going to turn that ball much more later on in his career as he advances, as he grows in his cricketing ability. His dad is here watching him. His brother's in the side as well. The over comes to an end. Not a good over from Latif. 6 overs, 3 for 31, 114 for 5, 28 overs bowled.
Perhaps a good time to say thanks to the people who have so willingly given towards this particular match here, which falls under the Floodlight Softball Cricket Association. Thanks very much for your kind support. Trophy Stall, Ramchand's Auto Spares, Ariel Enterprise, Rohan's Auto Spares, Steve's Jewelry, Patema Enterprise, Motor Trend, Cricket Equipment Guyana, General Marine, Terry Mathura, Raj Mathura, and Pandit Anand. So the good Pandit is not only functional culturally or spiritually, he's also in sports.
Dave Mahabir's final over. Smash for 6. That's big. Dropping just below the residence of the Honorable Roger Harper in Landscape Street. I'll tell you what, we're talking about Anthony Lim. Take note of this youngster. He hits the ball very hard. That's 2 sixes to him in his knock of 15 so far. Thus spoiling Dave Mahabir's figures a little there. Flicked around, beaten. That's Passad. And heading out towards the boundary. They got 2 for that. That's John Passad feeling at backward square. 2 more to Lim. It's 15 from 15. Look at his strike rate, 100. Dave Mahabir has got 3 deliveries left. And even though he's been hit for a 6 just a couple of deliveries ago, it's still none for 29. He'll complete his 10 overs. Very economical. Kept him quiet on that occasion. Short, quicker. Kept it down. He pulled it down. Came up the pad. Bounced away into the leg side. That's the end of the 29th over and the end of Dave Mahabir's spell. 10 overs, none for 29. Naim Chan, 122 for 5. It's been a good bowling effort from Dave Mahabir.
Very good. Very good himself and young Latif as well. A lot of them have really bent their backs. The opening bowler as well, as I mentioned him earlier on, putting in a lot, getting the ball to lift appreciably, Warren. So I guess we're going to see the re-emergence of Warren in a while. But the captain knows very well that they've got some 21 overs remaining. A lot to bowl. And the batsmen, as I said before, have indicated an intent to want to stay. Save and apart Lim, who has been extravagantly aggressive. And that's his style anyway.
Very uncertain stroke there from the impact player, Shiloh Adams. Got it down to the boundary, fine leg. Looked a little bit uncertain as he played forward. Off the inside edge. Along the ground, picked up a boundary. He's gone up to 6 from 8 deliveries. Look at Riyad Latif on the other hand. 3 for 35 so far. His 7th over. Done good work. That's short. That's a long hop. That's wide. Didn't get that right. The rhythm wasn't good on that occasion. It was a long hop that went wide. And I'm sure Shiloh would have loved to put that away. 1 more to the total. Full toss. put away for a boundary backward of square.
I don't think the fielder got exactly, he was behind it, but I want to believe too, not framing an excuse here for any fielder, but the DCC sward, it's not absolutely smooth. We were out there walking. I guess that's an area of work. I see that the club is piling up some earth in the far distance, and so I want to believe they have their plans, but I'd like to see the ground being dug up and chipped all over again. And they have the automated roller that can play a great role, sand filled, spread out that earth, and to get it back to where it was. But it's not absolutely smooth, and you can see it in the body language of the fielders. That fielder wasn't sure a while ago at backward square, and he was afraid to get behind the ball.
Marvin Dindial, actually the West Indian on a 19 player.
Outside edge, technically not correct there, Shiloh Adams, and getting the outside edge, not carrying to the fielder down there, but ended up picking up a single.
Yeah, Latif has given away, what, about 9 runs so far in this over. At the end of it, his 7th and the 30th of the innings, 132 for 5. Right, welcome back to the Demerara Cricket Club here in Georgetown. Scorching hot here, parched outfield as well. A reflection of the kind of weather we've had for the past number of months in Guyana. The Demerara Cricket Board Combined 11 have progressed to 132 for 5 at the end of 30 overs. That drinks break coming to an end now. In the Jeeters, rejoin me. In darts being not bad going at all. When you look in the context of the game, they started slow. They lost the first wicket with a score at 4, and then they were 43 for 2 in the 12th over. And then we saw a nice innings from Demerara, the last man to have been dismissed for 53. 9 fours in that knock. Brought some measure of respectability to that score. 20 overs left to finish off this innings. Danish Prasad will come into the attack now. And what sort of total you might project ahead for this side?
Well, the projected total, we're seeing it on the screen there, is 220. I'm sure they will want to go beyond that. The current run rate, 4.40. They must improve on that. But they've lost 5 wickets. Herein lies some problem for them. Matthew, that was a very good delivery. Just the line was a little bit wrong, but I like the flight here from Danish Prasad.
So he's replaced Mohabi, who's completed his spell of 10 overs, no bid, none for 29. His last over proving to be a little bit expensive. I think he was hit for a 6. But still, his bowling figures excellent.
Yes, those are good bowling figures. With a shout of catch it, it's going to fall 1 bounce to the fielder down on the long off boundary. Why didn't they run? That should have been a single there. Well, you just want to run every delivery, or is it that Anthony Lim is going to bludgeon the bowling from here on? I think that's miscalculated. We're going for a big swing again here. Ball given generous flight just outside the line of the off stump, saying, hit me. This is smart bowling. Nothing is wrong with that.
Yes, I like how he's tossing the ball up nicely. Look at that. Anthony Lim beaten the previous delivery, but he's the big hitting right-hander from Maltino Sports Club. You asked the question, where is he from? They fancy him to be a good cricketer in the making, and especially when you look at white ball cricket being played a lot all over the world. I'm sure he wants to impress a lot. Look at that. Big. Over wide long on. Just below what you call the church, one of the churches in Landscape Street. Another big 6, his 3rd in his innings so far.
Yes, to the right of Roger Harper's residential place, his home. And that was a fine shot indeed. Picked it up. Now he's powerfully built here, Anthony Lim. And once he connects, this is a small ground, that ball is going to sail all over the place. He's trusting his power. 31 overs gone, 139 for the loss of 5. And that was the only blemish in that over by Prasad. Hit for a 6. The others were dot deliveries. So he will feel a little bit undone. His final ball was put away for a maximum.
I know he'll want to make amends because he had a couple of blemishes in the field as well. He dropped a catch that he should have taken. So I'm certain he'll want to do better. On the other hand, young Riyad Latif, look at his spell so far. In his 8th over, 3 for 41.
And straying down the leg side and swept away beautifully. This is going to go down into the concrete wall. And that's 4 good-looking runs by Shiloh Adams. He's the impact batsman in this innings here. And certainly played well. Had his early troubles, beaten and edging outside the line of the off stump. But boy, that was well swept.
Yes, he's a strong leg side player. Plays his cricket for Transport, Shiloh. Everyone loves him. Nice young man. And look at Latif. He's picked up Shio Prasad, Mathura, and Demerara. That's a big wicket to have picked up. So he's done his job so far.
Yes, Latif, always a talented youngster. I thought he played well in the under 15 tournament. We saw him right here. Just missed out on that Guyana under 15 team, you know, that is on tour of the Caribbean. But he can take heart to this youngster. A good little leg spinner. Keep doing what he's doing. I like what he's doing. He's flighting the ball. He's very disciplined. He's bowling stump to stump here. And I guess as the muscles begin to develop, you know, that extra energy will definitely come.
I think he's 14 years old, if I'm correct. Lim, on the other hand, I think he's now touching around 19.
It's a good-looking shot by Shiloh Adams here. Just opening the face. Will it run away down towards the boundary? It has. And that's 4 good-looking runs. Just tearing it away and getting the boundary. Well played, youngster. 32 overs gone. 147 for 5. Look at that, Matthew. Judging it well outside the line of the off stump and steering it all away. Picked the gap perfectly.
The little I know of Shiloh Adams, he loves to play that shot. He loves to cut the ball. He's very strong to the offside behind square of the wicket. And he's also strong on the leg side.
And look at those towers we're seeing there on the screen, Matthew. It shows the progress of this team. There were some economical overs. And in sports, you know, there have been some good overs for the combined 11.
Anthony Lim wants to make that total a strong one from the combined 11. Look at that shot. Look at that shot. That's gone over mid-wicket.
Now, this is going to cause some worry for Dinesh. If he's going to flight them, he needs to pitch it outside the line of the off stump. That was between middle and leg. Look at the replay here. And Lim is a strong boy. Middle and leg stump line. Swatted over the top of mid-wicket. Yes, and good work by our cameraman there. That's gone into the Peter Rose Street, Matthew. That's a huge shot.
It's 4-6, I would make it. In his personal total of 29 from 24 balls. So he's over 100, his strike rate.
Yes, and look at the current run rate. Gone from 4.4, it's now touching 4.78. The projected score now is 238.
If he stays out there, let's say for another 10 overs plus, that scoring rate is going to go up because this boy can hit the ball hard.
Anthony Lim, there's a touch of Chinese there, Matthew.
Possibly, I'll have to ask him where he got that limb from.
Well, I'm thinking about the ping and the wings, and I'm seeing the limb here. Could be Amerindian as well. Whatever it is, whatever he's eating, he's well built, muscular youngster, and hits the ball tremendously hard. Prasad will have to be careful here. He's going to push a few through. I think he should. If he's going to keep tossing them up, Lim is going to go after him. Now this time, Matthew, he's splitting the long off and the long on, given generous flight again, picked on the half volley. Can't be bowling that to Anthony Lim. Somebody should get hold of Dinesh Prasad and, you know, advise him. Look at that. Gentle foot on the half volley. All he had to do in the arc, and he swung through the line of the delivery. And he's gone away for 4.
Yeah, it's the correct line for that shot. 4 6s and 1 4. Now a back foot shot for another boundary. So 4 6s and 2 4s. He's 37 from 26 balls. Look at that again.
Overcompensated here now, Dinesh Prasad, pulling back the length too short and a little width. And Lim got into position nicely and stroked it through the cover region and brings up another 4. And he has rocketed to 37 from 26.
He actually lifted that left foot and was on the right foot when he played that shot. So good to watch.
I mean, a spinner, it's a small ground. I would like to see spinners flight the ball, but you must be able to give it that kind of flat spin and loop where the batter is uncertain where is it going to fall. It's just not tossing it up. But what do? You make him look up, and you want to ensure it drops down on him. But he's just a youngster. It's okay to make mistakes. He's going to learn from these.
Danish Prasad is the sixth bowler used by the GCA side. Look at that shot.
A valiant effort to save the boundary. Could not. He was looking for much more than that. Tossed up wide outside the line of the off stump on the outer portion of the bat. He gets another boundary, Anthony Lim. A valiant effort on the boundary line. Can't save it. 33 gone. It's 165 for the loss of 5. Hey, those guys are enjoying it on the trunk of the tree there.
Yes. But bowl into his style. Bowl into Anthony Lim's style of batting. Look, he's bowled 2 overs of 24 runs. He's been expensive. He's a 6th bowler being used by the GCA team here.
And 18 runs smacked off that over. 3 fours, 1 6, and 2 dot balls. Dindial 53 from 81. Anthony Lim 41 from 29 there. Sachin Balgobin scoring 23. Latif 3 for 49 from 8. John Prasad 1 for 23 from 4. And Jonathan Van Lang 1 for 20 from 4.
So almost out there for 5 overs, Anthony Lim, because he's faced 29 balls. And look at his score, 41.
Yes, very, very aggressive.
And the combined 11 will need him to stay there. They need him to stay there for a long time.
Yes, and Shiloh Adams, the impact batsman, the impact player in this team here, he has gotten 19 from 19. He has milked the bowling, one lovely sweep shot for a boundary, so he too is growing in confidence. Just to remind our viewers and listeners, you know, we are broadcasting live from the Demerara Cricket Club ground here in Queenstown, Georgetown, Guyana. This is the Demerara Cricket Board exhibition game here. It's a tournament that see the winners of the Under-19 tournament, the inter-association game, coming up against a combined 11. That's good playing. Just coming forward, opening the face and getting the single. Good looking shot, giving the strike to Anthony Lim.
Cookup is in the house, they call him. The man with the big voice from DCC.
You speak about Cookup, one of the national delicacies here in Guyana. And that's going to be prominent on Easter Monday as people head to the parks and open spaces and the beaches. You're right, Cookup has almost everything inside of it.
3 fours and 4 sixes to Lim so far. Look, 79 runs came off of the second allotment of 15 overs from over number 16 to 30. The first 15 produced 53 runs for the loss of 2 wickets, and the second 79 for 3. So they would have picked up the run rate there, but they lost 3 wickets in the next 15 overs.
Yes, and surely they will want to bat out this entire 50 overs. Well, that's close. That's where you need to bowl it. Close to the line of the off stump there. It wasn't a half volley. Pitched on a good length. Kept a little bit low. Had Lim jumping on the back foot there. String a few straight to the line of the off stump, and let's see what Anthony Lim is going to do.
Yes, Van Lang is back. Strongly built as well. Good work by the fielder long off. Nice shot by Lim again through the offside.
Yes, and there is where you can curtail him, because if he gets the width, he gets the room, he's powerful, he's going to swing through the line. And once he connects, it will certainly disappear. So I think Jonathan Van Lang has read his man well.
Run rate is almost 5, 4.99.
Down the leg side, must have touched the pad there of the batter, going through to the wicket keeper. So we have seen a challenge here today. started. That's the Demerara Cricket Board on the 19 inter-association game with 5 teams. Georgetown Cricket Association came out champions.
Nice shot again. Opened the face. Guided away nicely for 2 more runs. Shiloh Adams, good touch player.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing here with Shiloh. He's not looking to hustle the bowling, Matthew. That last delivery, he just waited on it, read it well, and opening the face of the bat, know where the scoring opportunities are, and collected 2 good-looking runs.
A mentoree of Sean Masai and Corvin Ross.
He's from the Transport Ground.
Yes.
Yeah, the Transport Sports Club. I was there yesterday. Very impressed with their building. So he has this in his armory here, Jonathan Van Lang. A short delivery, just making Shiloh Adams think a little bit more. 34 overs gone, 169 for 5. And look at that projected score, 249.
Yes, I was saying anything above 250 would be good. Good challenge for GCA to go after. And all these players here in these 2 games would want to perform well.
Yes, and one of those trees, Matthew, must have carried a good age, maybe around 70 years old, and the other, that's a palm tree there in the distance. The wind just beginning to pick up the palm tree, showing that the other one, very, very still.
Strong trees. Look at nature, the beauty of nature.
Yeah, Guyana is always a paradise. We are saving the world. We have given to the world more than 25 million hectares of rainforests. Shout of catch it there, but it goes away past the backward point. And the fielder just picking it up, sending the return in. Lim getting 2 more. Have you ever had the luxury of visiting the hinterland in Guyana?
No, I haven't. To be honest with you, I have not visited the hinterland, but I went to Kite Shore.
Well, that's the hinterland.
Well, right, but in the air, you know, then you come down and you tour there, but you would want to see more of the hinterland region as well.
Yes, we are known for our flora and fauna. Our cameraman just took it around the outskirts of DCC. Lovely trees there. And played easily, opening the face this time. Can't get by. And what a gift we have given to the world, Matthew, to save planet Earth.
Correct.
That's to help in carbon emissions.
Leading edge in the air is going to drop in front of Van Lang. Got to cover ground from extra cover on the boundary, but not the type of shot he was searching for. He was looking for more power, of course, because he's a power hitter. But he sliced it, top edge in the air, 1 bounce to cover on the boundary.
Now, this captain himself, Alvin Mahabi, replacing Passad after he was smacked in the previous over. And this time, just straying down the leg side. And that's going to run away down towards the boundary there. That's 4 runs. Did get, in fact, wides. I beg your pardon, wides. My Coney man out there, you know. That's Digyar, the umpire. Yes, wides.
Should be in his 70s now. Very strong man.
Yeah.
My Coney people are strong, Jeet.
They are, and they're good looking as well. You can't escape that at all.
I love that. I love that. Promotion.
Unlike some people who living on the East Coast around the Hope area, onto the back foot here, playing away into the offside field.
Nice byplay between yourself and Naeem there.
Naeem is my elder brother, so I can tell him anything I like. That's good bowling, though. Well, I said good bowling. Didn't clip the pad. It went outside of the pad for a wide. But I know the intention here from Alvin Mahabi rather, to keep it as close to the line of the middle and the leg. Going down the leg side. Just a single this time. 35 overs gone. It's 178 for the loss of 5. And look, that current run rate has gone above 5. The reason why the projected score has gone on to 256. Looking much better.
And with Lim still there, 45 from 35, and Shiloh Adams, the impact player, doing well, that score is going to go even higher. Look at those.
That's a bar graph. We normally
yes.
call them the towers.
The towers.
In Guyana, we have the lighthouse, very high place, and the Catamarga chimney as well. We can rival. Yes, you say it?
The Manhattan skyscrapers.
Yes, and certainly they have been improving, and that's good to see, and that's thanks to this partnership between Lim and Adams.
I think it's 75 so far, that partnership. 179 for 535. Look at Dindial, 53 from 81. Lim 45. Balgobin 23. Good score so far. Latif leading the bowling department, 3 for 49. John Prasad 1 for 23. Van Lang 1 for 24.
Yes, and well bowled, Latif. He's the one that started the slide here, but this partnership has brought them right back in the game. That's a big shout there for LBW. Umpire Gas standing like the world is standing still. He's not interested at all.
That's his call name, you know, it's Nadir Bash, his name.
But he said he
Nadir.
prefer us to call him Gas. So that's why I've been saying that.
I got to ask him why, you know, being an umpire myself.
Says he has a lot of energy. He normally fuels thing.
But Jeet, I just want to get back to something you talked about earlier. You were at the transport ground. Was it yesterday?
Yes.
Not timing the ball well. Shiloh Adams. I'm happy that cricket is being played back at the transport ground. It was a ground not being used for a number of years.
Yes, they hosted yesterday the American Cricket Society ACS team that is in Guyana on tour, and that was real good. You know, we have seen the Parch outfield across this country where we have gone. They've played 6 games so far. Tomorrow another game at Enmore to bring their visit to an end. Down the lakeside. That's going to crash into the black side screen. And those are 4 leg byes. Keeper could not have done anything with that one so far. Look at this one. It's moving inside of his stumps there, but the ball was pitched outside the line of the leg stump. Even though it might have gone on to hit the stumps, you can't give that one. So, leg byes.
Last 2 overs. The one from Alvin Marbier and now Jonathan Van Lang. Their lines have not been that good, not consistent enough, giving away runs. You don't want to give away extras. Let the batters fight for their runs. Look at that again.
And that's going to run away. This time more byes again. So we are having boundaries flowing whether off the bat or it's coming off the pads. But somehow the balls are getting to the boundary.
That will help the combined 11 score to go up and up. That's something that GC have got to work on, coming down to the bottom end of the innings. You don't want to give away extras like that. A little bit of bad bowling from the last 2 bowlers here.
Yes, well, he's aiming for that leg stump, but just need to change the line. Now he's coming round the wicket, Matthew, changing the angle too. Not a bad ploy. And that's a short delivery going through to the keeper. You mentioned using the transport ground, multi-nose ground and so on. One of the things that happened that the National Stadium, GCC ground at Border, Police Sports Club ground at Ivlery, all those grounds are being used for practice matches when the World Cup comes to Guyana. So they cannot be opened up for matches here. They are going through their normal renovation, repair to pitches and so on. Gives an opportunity for some other grounds to host some matches.
Correct, but even before that decision was made, Transport had started to get themselves back in order to play cricket. A lot of work still to be done on the ground of itself, the entire ground. A lot of work to be done. And I think Sean Messiah's called back for one of the gentlemen who did a lot of work with Gandhi's ground. I can't remember his name. Big guy. He's helping them out with that ground to get it back in shape.
Oh, that's good to
36
hear.
overs gone, 187 for 5.
Yes, and look in the bowling department, 1 for 23, that's John Passad, 1 for 24 from Jonathan Van Lang. The pick of the bowlers, 8 overs, 3 for 49, 30 dot balls there for little Riyadh Latif, well bowled to the youngster, decent leg spinner as well. Go ahead, Matthew.
Very impressed with him. He has given the GCA the sort of impetus they needed in terms of picking up wickets and crucial wickets at crucial times in the innings.
Yes, and the American Cricket Society, they've been doing a fantastic job in Guyana. Wherever these guys go and play, they do not take anything for themselves. They ensure whatever award, they give it to the opposition team. Whether it's bats, it's pads, finance. They have been supporting, well, half-hearted appeal here, looking for the drive, not getting the edge, going through to the keeper. And all those matches have been exciting, streamed live on FL Sport as well.
Very nice indeed. There's a young lady who would have played for, is it Guyana? One of the teams. She's been working with them for a long time now. Tracy Glasgow, I think, is her name. Hello to you, Tracy. I always see her when the team comes here.
Short, this cutaway out through the square cover region, and just a single in the making here. So Alvin Mahabir has brought some stability now, because previously Van Lang went after the bowling, some 6s and 4s. None for 11. He's in his second over. Yes, good delivery. Just outside the line of the off stump. We had to broadcast some matches from bottom house sheds, some verandas as well.
That's all
and
right.
we enjoy that. And those families have been so supportive. Down the leg side, this is swept away, down through the backward square, and away to the boundary for 4. Fine shot again by Shiloh Adams, showing us why he's an impact player. 37 gone, 192 for 5.
You're bowling to his game. That's what he wants. Any delivery on the leg stump, he's going to put you away. He's very strong on the leg stump, and he also plays very nicely behind square of the wicket on the offside. Good touch player. Doesn't always go for the big shots. I've seen him dismiss a couple of times in club cricket, going for the big shots and miscuing those shots.
Yeah, the partnership worth 88 of 67 so far, with Lim's contribution being 45. So he has dominated the partnership, but young Shiloh Adams, 27 from 33, playing his role.
Absolutely brilliant 6-wicket partnership by these two. They're both extremely talented, and it's left up to the likes of Van Lang and, of course, Mahabir and the other bowlers to try to stem the flow of runs that are coming right now in this partnership.
And Matthew, Lim knows he is 4 runs away from a half century. He takes another guard, thinking all the time. 39 balls so far he has faced. Has been a very, very good innings. Now there's protection out on the boundary, hit pretty hard. And with the outfield, not one of the best surfaces there. Did the right thing, got behind the ball, had to watch those few bounces, and then saved it in the end. He got a single.
You're an under 19 player, you've got to protect yourself
Yes,
as well.
you have to. And especially when you do not have too much flesh, and the bone is just close up to that fleshy area. According to Naim, you can hear the sound when it crashed there. Katangs, countryside parlance.
And that was hit with power. And this is a small ground. This, you see, a small ground. When you hit with such ferocious power, you look for some level of protection if you cannot feel the ball with the technique that you should be feeling it with.
And Van Lang is in a good spell here, 1 for 25. He's in his 7th over. There's a drive, beating the backward point, out towards the boundary. That's a fantastic shot from the left-hander. And he looks so good here, the youngster.
The DCC bowler is bowling to the strength of the transport player.
Look at this, Matthew, on the replay. Short and wide, and played late again on the back foot. Picked it beautifully. I had to find the fielding position too, and he did so.
He has played with him on a number of occasions for a number of years. You've got to know the player, know their strength, and you bowl to the man's strength. He'll put you away. That's what he just did.
He's a Georgetown boy, Shiloh Adams. There's a few Adams from Essequibo. Short, and this is pulled away. That's another fine shot. This time gets the maximum into the heap of the earth in that portion of the ground. He was waiting on that one, never got up. Boy, and he picked it up beautifully, swatted it over mid-wicket. That's a maximum.
Bringing up the 200 in fine style, and that partnership inching towards 100.
short and picked it up beautifully there, pivoted nicely, kept the balance too. That is of importance.
99, that partnership. So the 100 partnership, let's hope it will come up for them from their standpoint. Not yet. Still 99, that partnership with the 6th wicket. But the 200 coming up in the 38 over in the Jeet. Good going by the combined 11 side.
That was a much better delivery. Short of a good link, banged it hard into the pitch, and it was just on the line of the Midland off stump there. He's going to be hurt with those two shots. Cracked through backward point, pulled viciously over mid-wicket for a maximum. Anthony Lim. And look, he handled that bumper, didn't get up all that viciously, judged it nicely. The hallmark of a good player who keeps his eyes on the ball there, Matthew. Just jerking the head out of the line of that delivery. No bother whatsoever.
6 fours and 1 6 in his knock so far. So his strike rate is 100. So he's going good, Shiloh Adams. Both batters have done very well. They picked up the scoring rate nicely for the combined 11.
Oh, this time was flirting a little there with danger. He was genuinely beaten outside the line of the off stump. 38 overs gone. It's 203 for the loss of 5. You look at the scorecard there. Wilkinson 3, 53, fine half century by Demerara Dindial, 23 Sachin Balgobin, 10 by Nicholas Shiopasad, and 1 by Nityanan Mathura. Since then, these two have locked horns, 47 and 37 apiece, Lim and Adams.
Mohabi will continue 2 overs none for 15.
Lim is on 47, and he's searching for that delivery, Lim. Slow delivery outside the line of the off stump. No pace to work with. So they're trying a thing or few here, especially Alvin Mahabir, who generally has kept Lim calm. Big swing. Matthew, that's where he needs to pitch it more often.
That's it. That's what he's got to do. That run rate 5.30. Projected score 265. It will be more than that if they stay there long. That's smashed.
And beats the fielder too. Out towards the boundary region. Will it get there? It's gone away. And that's a fantastic half century for Anthony Lim. 50 coming up just off 43 deliveries. 4 fours, 4 sixes. And look at that strike rate. 118.6. Well played, youngster.
2 hallmarks achieved so far. The 100 partnership coming up as well. For the 6th wicket. That's what you want. This is good cricket here at DCC. And for those following, you must be enjoying this now by these two guys. These 219 players really putting the GCA to the sword now. They're bowlers. Sliced in the air. Again, out of the reach of 2 fielders. One on the boundary. At cover, and they picked up 1. Again, not the sort of stroke he wanted to play, slice it in the air. He's got to be much more in control of that shot. You've just got up to 50. You're 52 from 44. You just need to play sensible here because you're looking for a big score to put GCA under a lot of pressure here.
Yes, and a good delivery there. Just searching for this one outside the line of the off stump. Shiloh goes by into the gloves of the keeper. And already the combined 11 are giving a good account of themselves against the winners. And look again, that one left the bat nicely in a hurry. Down towards the extra cover region. Is it a drop catch? I don't think so. I think it was brilliant fielding. Just bouncing in front of him. And it's very rough, you know, in the outfield there. But the shot on the back foot, well calculated as well. 39 gone, 210 for 5.
Yes, he did well to save a boundary there. The young man at cover. And you look at that total of what, 210 for 5 from 39 overs, 30 extras. Look at Lim, 51 from 39.
And that partnership of 106 from 79 deliveries with Shiloh Adams, 38 from 40, contributing significantly as well.
It has been a beautiful piece of cricket between these two since they came together with the score on 104 for 5 in the 28th over. They've batted for 11 overs beautifully together, and they've done very well. Look at the runs they've put on. 100 partnership for the 6th wicket. That's what the doctors ordered for this combined 11 side. And the GCA will have their work cut out when they hold bat in hand. But this total has got to go up higher and higher with these two out here.
And that's well played again by the left-hander Shiloh Adams. Waited on it, and at the last moment playing with soft hands down towards short mid-wicket. And the running between the wicket has been good. So this partnership has opened up some wounds here for the champions. That's the Georgetown Cricket Association. And it's good for the cricket as well. The organizers, the sponsors, the players, we who are here in the commentary box, we wanted to see a good match. We're having one so far. Well, he was teased with that one there, wide outside the line of the off stump and not making any contact.
How difficult would it be for the selectors to pick this side, this on the 19 side for Guyana?
Well, let me tell you, I want it to be 100% difficult, because that says our players will be performing. Kick down the door. If you can't kick it down, these are using a sledgehammer at the moment.
Spot on, Jeet. You're spot on with that thought.
Well, this is a smash. That's a mighty blow. That's gone for maximum over long on. Another Anthony Lim blow.
Look at the replay.
Well, I've been told that's gone out of the ground.
Over the fence.
Yeah.
Into Krong Street, actually.
Yes, that's Krong Street there. Massive blow. In fact, over long off as well. We are DCC here. We have Krong Street to the north.
Nine get a little bit mixed up with the street.
3 for 49 for Riyad Latif, the major wicket taker. So he can come back for 2. 1 apiece for John Passad and Van Lang. That's a lovely setting. This ground is nestled. We have Krong Street to the north, Landscape Street to the south. We have New Garden Street to the west, Peter Rowe Street to the eastern part of the ground. Lovely place.
Well, you know that one is renamed Shiv Chandrapal Drive.
I'm wondering to know if
Chandrapal Drive.
Is it right through to the Lamaha Street? I doubt it. New Garden Street comes in and Shiv Chandrapal Drive ends, I think, at Landscape Street.
Yes,
it doesn't come straight through.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
So, having a little water break here. The score 217 for 5. And we're going to take a little break too in the commentary box.
So it's good to be back at the Demerara Cricket Club here in Georgetown. Scorching heat throughout the day so far. The combined 11 winning the toss. The DCB combined 11, and they've got up to 217 for 5 so far. 39.3 overs with that drinks break just taken. And we're back in the middle for action. It's been a brilliant partnership. 100 plus from these two good players. Came together with the score at 104. It's 217 for 5. Van Lang will continue that over. Nice bit of work at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I see they're running on the screen. They're running on the screen.
113 that partnership is worth so far. It's been a wonderful exhibition of aggressive batting by Anthony Lim and Shiloh Adams. Look at that shot. Beautifully picked up. Short on the middle stump. And he pulled it beautifully for 6.
Yeah, that was a short delivery, and he picked it up. Good eyes, good coordination here, eye, hands, and you see the shoulder coming through as well. Nice wristy shot to Anthony Lim. Looks so good. Rockets onto 64, and the longer he stays there, the more runs and the projected target getting closer to 300. It's now 280.
Your first look at him, I suppose?
No, I looked at him before, did commentaries. I saw him at GCC Ground Border, saw some U6s. I saw him just here as well. I'm impressed. A few things he needs to work on, boy, but I think he has everything what it takes to go to the next level. 40 overs gone, 223 for the loss of 5. Yeah, so top scoring so far is Lim on 64. A half century made by Demerara and Dindial as well. Then 23 from Sachin Balgobin. Those are the major contributor. And Shiloh Adams, a fine knock of 39. Looks classy in the middle from just off 41 balls. 6 fours and 1 6. Hello to you, Naim. We've seen a great response by these two after a few wickets tumbled to good bowling by Latif.
Absolutely, Jeet.
It's umpire signaling the power play. That's right, the final power play. Umpire Digyar.
I've been looking at most of the batsmen very meticulously, and I think Shiloh, his partner Lim, and the two openers who batted before, Demerara and Balgobin, the batting order almost seems pretty sealed. Guyana's got quite good potential when you look at these youngsters. The timing of Balgobin was super, and the pacing of the innings from Demerara outside the off stump, slapped away. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. And like Balgobin, I'm now looking at Shiloh Adams. He's got extremely good timing. Sweetly off the meat of the bat.
And I'm in the technical aspect of the game. That's how you play the cut shot. You get on top of the ball and you cut it down. So this youngster has tremendous ability.
His timing is good too. Lim, on the other hand, quite in contrast, is more aggressive, more crudity to his batting, but he's got wonderful eyesight. He picks up the ball very quickly and hammers it away.
Yes, and he's a youngster and brilliant sunshine there. Nothing should be wrong with his eyesight. And good cricketers, good batters, are the ones who can pick the ball up early. It will tell about their eyesight.
113 for 5. 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 113 for
I don't know. The Caribbean sun over the years has produced so many outstanding cricketers.
I don't think he got a nod onto that. It's going to go towards the boundary, wide, 4 wide, signal by the umpire.
Now we have seen lots of glasses, sunshades. Down the leg side, didn't clip anything, so wide signal by the umpire. Straying this time, Alvin Mahabir.
Mahabir has been quite on target. He's been the only bowler to really tame, for the use of a word, to tame the wildness of limb or absolute aggression. But as you mentioned, he's lagging a bit. 2 consecutive balls down the leg side.
Well, this is a good challenge for him, Mahabir. Well, what has happened here, Naeem? In 2 previous overs, he floated it outside the line of the off stump and literally knocked all over the place. Now he's overcompensating going down the leg side. That was a vicious shot, played right down towards long off and getting a single. So he's avoiding that area outside the line of the off stump. 41 gone, 235 for the loss of 5.
Well, we used the word sparkle earlier on, that we're looking for the sparks in players. I guess the selectors do that as well, more than we're doing it. But I've seen sparks in the batting, and I don't know if there's any bowler that you can single out. Warren, who opened the bowling, did a pretty neat job. He was getting the ball to lift appreciably, kept it right on target most of the time. But as far as the batting is concerned, so far, Lim, Shiloh Adams, Demerara, and the captain Balgobin.
Yes, and young Latif bowled splendidly, picking up 3 wickets. I thought he brought a different variety, a different flavor, and he took wickets at a time when the Georgetown Cricket Association wanted wickets. So kudos to him.
And you must single out Rayad Latif as well, because to be bowling to batsmen who are very, very aggressive and your leg spin, it puts you in a very awkward position. You've got to be extremely good at your job to keep them down. I just mentioned Wavell Allen. He's back on the attack for his 2nd stint.
Yeah, I think it was none for 11. He started the bowling from the southern end of the ground. He means switched towards the northern end of the ground. Just a slight wind behind of him. And this is good, Naeem, to feel this nice cool wind coming through. Open places here. I mean, we are under shelter, but feels so nice compared to what happened this morning when it was stinking hot.
It's also good for the captain to do this, to have a feel whether Wavell can bowl from either side. It's good for us and the selectors in particular to have that opportunity to look at this fast bowler operating from both ends.
Yeah, this is good cricket. This is smart cricket by a youngster who is thinking the game. Had to rise on his toes there. Took it on the up. Took pace away from it and placed it nicely. I love the angle of the bat there and collect a single. Singles will build your total. That is something that had hunted West Indies cricket for the longest while. Too many dot balls. And here is where young Shiloh comes into reckoning. He's scoring and scoring appropriately, no risk whatsoever. I'm very, very impressed with this youngster.
And singles, it break the rhythm and the concentration of the fielding side. It breaks them up. Savage shot, hard back on the long off boundary. It goes away for 4. This youngster has got strong shoulders and good timing.
Yes, Anthony Lim is a strong boy. Look at this one. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump, banged away. Here's a dive, but dived over the ball, and it runs below him for 4. 70 from 53, Anthony Lim. 5 fours and 6 sixes. The strike rate has gone up to 132.
Reminds me a little bit of Samson, the Ethiopian. Yeah. Times it, he's pugnacious, extremely brave, disrespectful, may I say, in a nice way.
To the ball, right?
To the ball and to the bowler.
Yeah, he's somebody I think can make a good T20 batsman, but he need to work on quite a few things. But while it's T20, it's not about slugging at every single delivery. You have to choose your shots, especially the situation that the team is in.
And what helps batsmen like Lim is if he can bowl as well, and if he's a good fielder. I mean, selectors look for that. Do you have an additional quality in you that you can force me to make that decision to select you?
Well, we have seen he bowled as well, so he's within that range you're talking about, Naeem. Decent bowler. Well, that's a cracking sound of the ball hitting that black side screen. That's another boundary to Anthony Lim. Right into the slot. You can't be bowling there. Too full. Picked it up and beats the fielder down in the boundary area. You're not going to have these youths diving away on this kind of outfield. But was a great shot indeed. 42 overs gone. And look at those towers. There was a little lull, but coming down towards the last over there, it begins to rise to the last 3, 4, 5 has been good. You have the skyscraper there in the middle.
Well, I think they've paced their innings pretty well. As I mentioned earlier on, I'm always on the lookout to look at these youngsters who have fallen in love with T20 cricket to see what adjustment they can make in a 50-over scenario. And I think they've done a pretty good job.
I know Naeem is from that age when West Indies dominated the world. You'll tell us about your love for T20 cricket after this delivery. Down the leg side string, that's another wide. Let me hear you, Naeem.
Well, fortunately or unfortunately, there was no T20 at that time. There was strictly 50 over, which we described as a slug game too. Feeling that some players are playing too many one-day internationals, which is 50 overs. And the World Cup at that time was 60 overs. And so there was no T20. Now it seems to the West Indies that 50 over is too long.
Yes, I like that, but you haven't answered my question. I want to know, give it a percentage. What percentage of your heart is there for T20?
Well, I don't want to be a Michael Holding and make a pronouncement on it. But I like it. If it's a money kind of game. It's exciting to the crowd. I still believe that the version was a little too short. I thought they would have gone after the 50 over scenario, maybe 30 overs. But it's getting more ridiculous. 6 over a side and all sorts of things.
Well, it has gone on to 249 for 5. We're in over number 43. Anthony Lim has a good chance here of scoring 100. Look at that 75 from 57 deliveries. Good looking shot, just opening up there and playing one down towards extra cover. I love the T20, man. I do love the T10 as well. There are so many changes happening. You have the purist that will love the 4-day version test cricket.
Well, I understand why you like T20 from a commentary perspective, because
entertainment perspective.
You don't have to work very long hours for your money.
And the entertainment is good as well. It's a good delivery. And he's showing some respect here, Anthony Lim. The end of over number 43, it's 249 for the loss of 5. Well, during the 1970s, two things happen. First of all, let us look at what's happening on the board here. We've seen contributions coming from different people. Lim.
Sachin's 23 was very, very composed. 23 off 28. He struck the ball on both sides of the wicket, actually. And his timing, as I said, was supreme. The other good knocks, of course, you're looking at the two batsmen out there. And then Demerara, who started off initially a bit trivial or shaky, matured at the end of his innings. I think that was another fantastic knock.
Yes, and the partnership has gone to 145. 249 here for the loss of 5. And you look at that contribution down the line. Adams 47 from 48. The youngster looking for his half century. And I was talking about those two things that were introduced to the world in the 1970s. I think it was around 1972. It was the 50 overs game from 60 to 50. They cut it. And then they came out with the scissors. And they cut the skirt to his mini skirt. And 50 overs. Both were supposed to be short and exciting. How further we will go with the scissors, Naeem? We've gone to T10, right?
There's some things I just don't want to comment on.
Yeah, well played again. The technique is good. Onto the back foot. Judged it. Short delivery, lined with the body. And now saying he could have played a pull shot. It was too close, though, to him.
That's what I admire about Shiloh. He's good on both sides of the wicket. His timing is supreme, like Balgobin, as I mentioned before. And he picks his shot selection also very good.
And that's gone away to the boundary for 4. That's a fine half century here by Shiloh Adams, coming off the edge of the bat, going down towards fine third man. He has gone on to 51 from 50 balls, 8 fours, 1 6 at a strike rate of 102. Congratulations to Shiloh Adams, the impact player.
Fantastic. I think he's very good. The selectors, I think, would be making up their minds on certain things. And on the consideration, this would be one of them. Shiloh Adams.
Genuinely beaten with that one. But the way that he has batted, fortune, they say, favors the brave. And he got the boundary.
But I don't know, I'm thinking if you're going to have someone of the pace of Wavell Allen, you would need a slip somewhere along the line, someone to take a catch from the outside edge. There's no slip, and that's why that unorthodox looking shot there from Shiloh went a begging.
Well, generally, when you come down to the closing stages of a 50-over game with 6 overs to go after this, these things do happen. Brave captains hunting for wicket might do that. And you know, you have what you call proactive captains and reactive captains. Some of them tend to put people there when the horse has already bolted. But if you're hunting for wickets here, you know, that's a gap that you can fill. And I'm impressed with this partnership here. Many teams struggle in the middle overs of a 50-over game. Not this combined 11 for Demerara. They have batted beautifully here. And normally in a 50-over game, preferential treatment is given to the opening batters. In the days gone by, you had the 15 overs power play. That has been reduced to 10. You give them an opportunity. They have the class to go over the top. So be it. But then these middle overs where teams tend to have a good start and they suffer in the middle. But these two boys have calculated beautifully. And that's because they've rotated the strike. Every bad ball almost have been put away. So I am very impressed in the middle overs what these two have done.
And to add to that, it's the appetite to stay and occupy and build an innings. That was good. Big shot, but this is in the air. Is anyone getting on there? Passad does, takes the catch. Yeah, he made it simple in the end. Chamid Posada to cover some ground. You look at it on the replay, but that's Anthony Lim finally going there for 75. Good knock, as Indrajit mentioned, and good support also from his partner Shiloh Adams.
Yes, Naeem, a very, very good knock, and as he approaches his teammates in the dressing room there, he's going to get a rousing welcome back. Caught John Passar of the bowling of Wavell Allen, 75 from 61 balls, 6 fours, and I think 7 sixes, has been a very, very good knock from him. Well, he didn't get that one the way he wanted. It got big on him. Passard losing his white hat, running around the mid-wicket region and taking a good-looking catch. That's the wicket they want, and they have gotten their man.
But there's no doubt the combine fellas, they have given a good account of themselves. Good score, 254. There you have the scorecard.
Yes, and look, the 5th wicket fell when the score was 104. The 6th wicket fell when it was 254. So we are talking about 100 and how much? 150 partnership between the two of them. And that was exciting batting. I love what I saw. The left hand, right hand combination worked for them. So out in the middle is the new batter, Krishna Singh. He is left-handed as well. Krishna knows he's known more for his bowling ability, but is handy with the bat. Nicely, but in a rising delivery, and now that should have never happened there. The ball sprayed in the outfield and allowing the single. But this is sometimes what pressure can do to you.
And I guess these are all lessons that will be learned. These are under 19 boys. They're considered now in world cricket to be very mature players. And under 19, you get into the IPL, you get into all sorts of big international games. And so you learn that quite earlier. But the corrections and the adjustments would be made. You learn from your experience. They're not too big to learn.
Yes, and once you come through a tough system, you're going to become a tough cricketer if you want to make cricket your profession.
I saw one of the engagements for the Pakistan team is with the Army of Pakistan. I heard about that in other countries from one of the West Indian cricketers. That the players, they go do a stint with the military. The training is very, very tough. Australia, I think, is one of the countries I heard about.
Well, we did have in the past, I think, when Clyde Butts was the manager of the West Indies team, may his soul rest in peace. In Trinidad and Tobago, we had the West Indies team training with the army there, climbing up hills and mountains with their backpack and so on. So we had it then. I'm not too certain how beneficial is that. You see, every sport is cut out for different kind of training. That army one is for endurance.
Endurance.
Right.
Endurance.
Here is where you're talking about flexibility, men running quick between the wickets, diving. Good soft hands here. If you are a lawn tennis player, if you're left-handed, you want to develop the muscle on the left-hand side of your body. You look at George McEnroe, that great tennis player. Fantastic to watch. He had big left muscles. So maybe that's one of the reasons why here it might not be a wise thing to do. You get people who understand Dennis Waite. wasn't an army guy, but that guy did magic to West Indies cricketers. Good looking drive down towards the long on region and gets a single in the process. One more to the score. So with Anthony Lim disappearing and Shiloh Adams being robbed a little of the strike, he's back in strike now. The momentum has just slowed a little. Gets a single in the offside. Still 4 wickets standing. Maybe the last 3 overs they can go for broke. But a score is already a healthy one. 259 for the loss of 6. Good on drive, but finding the fielder instead. 45 overs gone. 259 for 6. More from you, Naeem. And you'll be joined by Matthew Kisoon.
Yeah, look at your screen. That's the game we are watching here today. This is as a result of the inter-association competition recently concluded, organized by the Demerara Cricket Board. So what they're having today is the winner of that inter-association tournament, which is the Georgetown Cricket Association, come up against a combined squad. Combined squad batting first here after winning the toss. 259 for 6, 45 gone. Not a clean shot there from Shiloh. Would not get to the boundary though. By Krishna Singh, correction. But as we mentioned, Shiloh Adams is a dapper-looking batsman. There's been a lull, Matthew, as I welcome you back. There's been a lull in his batting. He's almost ultra-aggressive earlier on, and it's just tamed down a little bit.
Thank you, Naeem. But what has contributed to that? It's been good bowling as well from Wavell Allen. Switched to the north end of DCC, and he's kept the batters in check. Picked up Lim, the prize scalp for 75, going great guns, 61 balls. And now it's all about getting a good total at the end of the innings. So they've got to push for the 1s and the 2s now, as we're seeing.
I think if they're overly ambitious, they'll have 300 in mind. But I think this will peter off into 280, 290 would be a decent score or achievement.
285, 290, not far off from what you're saying, but that would even be better. That partnership of 150 for the 6th wicket between Lim and Shiloh Adams has certainly opened up the match in a way that the GCA have got to, when they get into the dressing room at the end of the innings, plot their batting very well. They've got to plan and plot that batting very well. They've got to be very calculative to go after that total. Yes, they might have been the champions at on a 19 level here, but looks a little different kettle of fish in terms of having to hold bat in hand, and with a good score on the board, if the DCB combined 11 side, if they bowl well, is going to be game on. Again, getting the single down to third man. That's Krishna Singh, known more for his bowling.
Lots of cricket in the air, Matthew. We've got the World Cup in the West Indies. We've got the CPL coming up. Festivities, one after the other.
Well, you're talking in the Caribbean. You've also got the West Indies Tour of England this summer, July. Trusting that I'll be there to
As what, a visitor or
as a visitor.
tourist? Or a commentator?
It could be all.
I wish you well. I wish you well.
Hoping to be at large to watch one of the days of that test match.
That'd be nice.
And then the second test, of course. I should snap up 2 days of that at least.
Please send us some pictures so we can believe you.
Well, you need a picture of that catch. Excellently done on the boundary there by Jonathan Van Lang. That's the end of Krishna Singh. Looking to pull and straight into the hands of Jonathan Van Lang. So the 7th wicket going down with the score at 264. In the 47th over, Alvin Mahabir picking up his first wicket in the 7th over. And a good time to get it as well. But I think even though he picked up that wicket, I think GCA would have loved to snap up Shiloh Adams as well. But that's 7 gone now. 264 in the 47th over. Nice blow struck there by Alvin Mahabir coming down to the end of the innings.
Well, Mahabir has been relatively sober-headed in his bowling. He's into over number 7, 1 for 42, but he was responsible for keeping down the ultra-aggression of Lim and Shiloh Adams at one time. Suffice to say also, Warren. Wavell Warren has been pretty impressive as well. And of course, Latif.
One of our young colleagues that is umpiring is batting now, Stephen Sankar. We need young umpires in the system now who can go on, have a long career, but he's a cricketer as well. In the air, just over the head of Alvin Mahabir. I don't think Stephen Sankar is really known too much for his batting ability. But I suppose he will go after the bowling since we're down to the end of the innings. Coming down to the end. Try to give Shiloh Adams a strike a bit more. And go for some more runs. Like that. Over extra cover. And into the boundary for 4. Picked it up beautifully. Shiloh Adams. He's looked the part. The left-hander. He's 59 from 58. Good shot, Naeem Shan. Excellent shot.
Well, that's what I was talking about earlier on. Shot selection was one of the ingredients that I identified that young Shiloh Adams has. There was a gap out there. Okay, he hoisted it, but deliberately, airborne and into the boundary for 4. And the figures are speaking for themselves, 59 of 58 deliveries.
47 overs completed, 270 for 7. Look at that scorecard, 53 from 81 for Demerara. Dindial at the top, 23, the captain from 28. Steady the innings in the top part of the innings, and then a brilliant 75. Big hitting from Anthony Lim, 75 from 61 balls. Shiloh Adams is still there on 60. And that brilliant partnership of 150 runs for the 6th wicket has put the GCB combined 11 in a very good position in terms of the batting departments thus far. With 3 overs to go, Allen continues. He's in his 9th over. One for 35. Current run rate 5.75. So they should get past 288. Young Sankar is on strike now, the right-hander. That's well played. Covered up, got it out into the offside.
This is a very hard pitch, Matthew. It is dried off in its entirety. And so it offers a very good opportunity, would be available to the side fielding when it's their turn to bat, which is the GCA, to bat on, accumulate runs, and give this a chase.
1 for 34 for Hines, 1 for 23. Looking to pull a short delivery. Sankar.
I think Sankar should be, and he's calculating that, taking the single at the end of the 2nd delivery of the over so that he can hand the batting to Shiloh Adams. So that's good thinking. Extremely warm day here in Guyana, as predicted by the Meteorological Office. Shot, but straight to the fielder. Well, we had seen some quite excellent batting today. I was very impressed. I mentioned the names of this same batsman that's in there, Shiloh, and earlier on, Demerara and Balgobin, and also Lim came on there as well. But Lim's innings is more, hinges on more ultra aggression. He's not the most elegant looking of the batsmen, but has extremely good eyesight. So I saw him pick up a ball that wasn't necessarily short of a good length. It was almost right up. He came back, picked up that, and struck it away for 4 on the back foot. So you've got to get good eyesight when you do that.
7 6s and 6 4s, just to remind viewers and everyone following the game around the world on FL Sports. And what he did, he added the flavor to the innings. That's what Lim has done, along with Shiloh Adams, who's been more technically correct, of course, in the way he's picked up his runs. Good flavor to the innings. I'm sure that the selectors are having a good look at what's happening here today, because it's going to be very tough, as Indrajit and I said, on their part to pick the best combination to represent their country.
Good sharp single, but not a bit of bad feeling. And it's always excusable. We've said that before. The sward of the ground here at DCC is not extremely smooth. 274 for 7 at the end of the over. And, well, you can't make adjustments to grounds in these conditions. It's bone dry. You've got to get away from the season. I guess I see that the DCC, they're stockpiling earth. So I want to believe they'll do a bit of an overhaul, which will do well for this club of legends.
So Lim 75, Shiloh Adams 61, Demerara and Indial 53, the top scorers, all getting past 50. We're talking about the mud, the dirt. Some other grounds have gotten that dirt as well. They've gotten some dirt as well. Maltino's has some of that as well. So grounds will be looking to improve. I think Transport has some as well.
Well, that's good, but I'd like to see the clubs and grounds, when they're being redone, that they have a sheeting of white silica sand just for the rainy season to absorb water.
A bit too short by Riyad Latif. Switch to the south end after bowling 8 overs. This is his 9th now. 3 for 51. Pick up the bowlers. A little bit expensive, but he's a leg spinner. And he's picked up 3 scalps. In the air, caught at mid-wicket. So Steven Sankar is in his not lasting long. 2 from, what, 5 deliveries? So 276 now for 8. Have a look at that again. Looking to flick it into the leg side. Turning the wrist over and straight into the hands of the field at mid-wicket. So Latif gets his 4th wicket. Good move by GCA. The captain of the GCA side, Alvin Mahabir, and the team as well to switch him to the south end to cause more damage. And he's picked up his 4th wicket now, 276 for 8.
But just as Wavell Warren was moved around from the bottom end, that's the southern end, to the top end, it put him on trial. And I guess the selectors will be happy to know that he can function from both ends. One bowling into the wind, the other bowling with the wind. A similar situation is Riyad Latif. He's been changed from the top end to the bottom end and still maintains quite a good, aggressive, nice, decent line and length. A lot of spinners do not like to bowl into the wind.
Kelvin Raymond is a new man. His 2nd delivery gets him off the mark. That's down to long off. And he's batting with his helmet on. Both batters have got helmets on here. It's on the 19 cricket, so you've got to be protective. You've got to wear the protective gear and ensure that you're well fitted when you go out there, because it's intense battle. It's an intense battle out there. The opposing side wants to get at you, so you don't let your guard down, even in terms of protection that is necessary for you as a young under 19 cricketer.
Paddle swept down to backward square and getting an easy single there. And I guess that Shiloh Adams knows that this is the final over coming up, and he needs to keep the strike as much as possible.
So they're thereabouts in terms of the score. Look at Lim again, 75, 63 to Shiloh. He's not out from 66 balls. Dindial 53, Latif 4 for 53. Wavell Allen 1 for 37 from 9. Both bowlers bowling 9 overs apiece, and John Prasad 1 for 23. So the final over coming up now. So Latif would have completed his spell. Was 1 short of 10 overs, but he's bowled 9 and picked up 4 for 53. What an effort from the young leg spinner. Brilliant to watch from Shiloh Adams. Back and pull that beautifully for a boundary. And that will take them over 280 now. Look at that shot. Pulled it beautifully, picked it up, and sent it over the wide long on area. No chance whatsoever for the man at long on. 10 fours and 1 6 in that knocks his strike rate back to 100. 282 for 8. Can it get to 290, 295, or even 300? On the edge, looking to pull again. Got the on the edge, bounced away down to fine leg.
Well, the momentum has certainly dropped to the exit of Lim. It was very aggressive, and even Shiloh Adams has tempered his batting coming down to the last stages. Was not as aggressive, couldn't put it away, as you mentioned and pointed out. It was due also to good bowling, especially Wavell Allen and Latif. So they should be happy they get to 290 here.
Could have had 2 strikes in the stumps there. Both missed by the wicketkeeper. They came through for that bye. Ball pushed a little bit wide of the left-hander. That's Kelvin Raymond. You have to take the runs however they come now. 284 for 8. 3 deliveries left to complete the innings. But Alvin Mahabir also bowled pretty well to stem that flow of runs.
That's a big one. I think this is going to clear the boundary. Yes, it does. Nice shot there from Shiloh Adams. This has been a good display of good batsmanship. There has not been one of his boundaries that were onshore. They were all calculated, most flat along the ground. Those that were airborne were deliberately struck over the top.
If there is any little weakness in Shiloh Adams, which we probably haven't seen in this innings, it's going over the cover, square of the wicket on the offside area, in the air. Sometimes plays a shot aerial there. But he's good on the leg side, and he's good behind square on the offside. Very strong. But they've got up to that 290 mark, 291 now. So 2 deliveries left. 2 strikes can get them to 300.
And it's good that Shiloh Adams has retained the strike. That's very important from a perspective of the combined team.
Look, he's played a fantastic innings here. That's one strike where he picks up the boundary. That's 295. He can end this innings with a 6 to take them to 301. And that would be a fantastic total for GCA to work away at. What a challenge that would be. It's already challenging 295.
What is interesting here is the battle between Shiloh Adams and Wavell Allen. And coming down to this stage, Shiloh Adams is winning.
296 is what it will be. Innings closed. Shiloh Adams not out 78 from 70 deliveries. Kelvin Raymond 1 from 3 balls. Wavell Allen will end his spell of 10 overs. 1 for 54, 296 for 8 in their allotted 50 overs. Wilkinson 3, Dindial 53, Balgobin 23, Shio Prasad 10. Matura didn't get going, he got 1. A brilliant 75 from 61 balls for Lim. Shiloh Adams, the wicketkeeper batter, not out 79 from 71 balls with 11 fours and 2 sixes. The highlight of the innings. And you look at Wavell Allen 1 for 54, John Prasad 1 for 23, Van Lang 1 for 48, 4 for 53, Riyad Latif, and 1 for 48, Alvin Mahabir. So in their 50 overs, 296 for 8, a good challenge for the GCA side. We'll take a break, and when we come back, let's see how the GCA team will approach these runs. On behalf of the entire commentary team, we're handing you back for the lunch break now.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Demerara Cricket Club ground here in Queenstown, Georgetown, Guyana. We are going to watch the reply by the Georgetown Cricket Association on the 19 team who won the Demerara Cricket Board Inter-Association Championship. Today the combined 11, they made 296 for the loss of 8 from their 50 overs. Anthony Lim, a swashbuckling 75 from just 61 balls, and supported by Shiloh Adam, stylish 78 from 71 balls, and Dindial scoring a half century as well, 53. The pick of the bowlers, Riyad Latif 4 for 53 from his 9 overs. So the openers are already out in the middle, the fielders, the umpires, they are there as well, and we should be seeing a good reply from the champions of the Inter-Association Under 19 competition. That's the Georgetown Cricket Association. At one stage they were struggling, the combined 11, but thanks to that partnership of 150 for the 6th wicket between Anthony Lim and Shiloh Adams, 75 and 78 respectively. So that's the news here from DCC. Thanks for joining FL Sports, and this competition being sponsored by the Guyana Floodlight Softball Cricket Association members. They have done a fantastic job. They're sponsors not only for the competition but also for live streaming on FL Sports and providing lunch and beverage to all the commentators and technicians. With me in the com box is Naeem Chan to start things off. Hello to you, Naeem.
Hi, Jeet. Good afternoon to you, to all my colleagues, and of course those in the wider cricket fraternity and community, wherever you might be at this time on FL Sport. So it had a good account of the combined side. Batted first and posted 296, and many delightful innings. And let's see what the Georgetown Cricket Association can offer in response to that 296. 297 to win. They've got 50 overs to do that. Some admirable things that happened in the combined innings. One of the key elements of that batting side, or that total, was pacing their innings. I think they batted out for a long time. They held out. So Romeo and himself and Ryan Latif opening the batting. This is quite a long journey here. Jeet, occupation, I guess, will be a key element, but at the same time they must keep the scoreboard ticking.
Of course, I do agree with you, Naeem. And Romeo Demerara, I saw him when a matchstick was actually larger than him, a youngster that has worked on his game. His dad has been a terrific supporter of cricket in Guyana, both softball and hardball. Look at that drive, brilliantly played out through the covers, bisecting the cover and extra cover, and it raced across this field for 4 runs. That's a glorious cover drive for 4, to starting off by Romeo.
That's what I was talking about earlier on. If you're going to bat, for me, 1, 2, 3, 4, somewhere the 4 first batsmen in any side, and you cannot command your space, meaning you do not have the wherewithal to put away any bowling, then you're not fitted for that area. And it's nice to see this young batsman Romeo Demerara, a blistering cover drive in absolute control and great excellent shot.
Yes, certainly it was well played. The technique looks good here from Romeo. Yes, and deciding late to just open the face at the last moment to a ball just outside the line of the off stump. I saw him for the first time way up in Skeldon, Berbice. I went along with his family there for a charity match, and I saw him play among the big boys. He was bowling some lovely leg spinners, tossing the ball up nicely. So he has grown into cricket. Understand, he eats a lot of, well, we call it bhaji here, kalalu, poi bhaji in his soup. Slouch out of LBW there. Umpire Digar is not going to be pressured going down the leg side. But certainly was a good delivery.
Well, Kelvin Raymond doesn't, of course, this is the first over and he's in action, so looseness, so to speak, but he's not extremely fast, even at this level of the game. He's just working to me, basically for line and length. But he's got the ingredients. He's slim, he's lanky, got a nice rhythmic approach as well. Chance given away, Jeet. Pitched up into the pads there. And Romeo Demerara, after looking very good in the first few deliveries with that blistering cover drive, looking to on-drive it. Have a little look at this. Straight into the hands of the man at short mid-wicket. In and then out.
Yes, should have been taken here. Demerara given a chance. It is left to be seen now if he's going to make this one count. Was a soft shot by him. Maybe he should have whipped it a little bit more hard, would have gotten it down through the forward square region. Well, that's now gone. That's history. You look at the scorecard there. 75 from 61, Anthony Lim. 79 of 71 from Shiloh Adams, and that was not out. And then good contribution coming from Demerara. Dindial, the man from the east coast of Demerara, 53. Balgobin did not look bad for his 23 as well.
So the first over completed. So 296 posted by the combined side. So a very, very long journey. And if Romeo is looking pretty solid, and if a bit of advice needs to go into his ear, is to settle in there and occupy. Of course, he's in the team that won the inter-association tournament, and a lot will be on his shoulders at the moment. He's got a bat on for a very long time. Pick up ones and twos, convert them into boundaries as well as the loose balls come, make themselves available. Anthony Lim. So he gave a good account sheet of himself batting. Let's see now what he can do. And this is the part I was alluding to. I think you and I were on air at the same time. To catch the nod of the selectors. Although you can bat, they'll be happier if they know you can also turn your hand around.
Yes, well, I see that that's actually not Ryan Latif there. That's Silas. He's tall, slender, and he's facing up to Anthony Lim. So we're going to have some good matchups here, maybe when Van Lang comes in. And Anthony Lim is bowling. Two guys in the same mold. Both can, give it a smash. Good cricketers. That's a good start here by Anton Lim. Shortish, just outside the line of the off stump, and Naeem, he has the make of a very good all-rounder.
And he's pretty quick too. He's quicker of the two that have bowled so far. And I think even quicker than Wavell, who we saw. When his time was in the field bowling. He bowls a lot from his shoulder, if you notice, GT. He's pretty strong young man.
No, he's straight badly this time. Down the leg side, Anton Lim, and another extra. Well, that's a delivery, almost a beamer here sent down by Lim. And I'm confirmation coming. We were misguided badly. The score is right. That's Ryan Latif, actually, the tall guy, the right-handed batsman, and not Silas, as we were informed. My apologies. We have gotten it right now. So it's Romeo Demerara, left-handed, and Ryan Latif, the right-hander.
As you mentioned, Lim, very strong young man. Slower delivery, but driven back past the bowler. There's a man positioned down at long on, so he makes it for easy pickings. Restricting the batsman to just a single. Harsh weather conditions here in Guyana. You just look at the outfield, you'll have an understanding of the dryness of the weather pattern. It has been like this for several months now, and from all predictions it's going to go on a little more. So even the farmers are adversely affected, but cricket is not. Not the most impressive of first overs here from Anthony Lim, and he knows, because of his score when he batted, because of that he knows that he stands a very good chance of getting into the Guyana side. Well, Demerara first for the inter-county, but he's got to bend his back here and be right on target to impress the selectors as well. There you go, outside the off stump, so he's just straying down the leg side on one or two occasions, and now outside the line of the off stump. And I want to believe too that there are bowlers who exert maybe unnecessary energy and in their bowling, and in the enthusiasm and excitement of having the opportunity to bowl, they over-inject energy, and as a result they spray the ball sometimes. Look again down the leg side. So Lim is having quite a torrid time opening the bowling here, but he's been straying both outside the leg stump and the off stick.
Yes, I agree with you. Maybe striving a little bit more for some faster deliveries, and in that straying down the leg side, but he has some pace here. Anton Lim, good boy.
I think he's the fastest of the lot we've seen so far.
Yes, he is. And coming, round the wicket there and pitching down on that angle, taking it further away outside the line of the off stump. 2 overs gone, it's 9 without loss.
But surviving, just have a little look at the bowling figures there. Wavell Allen, one to John Passad, one to Jonathan Van Lang, but the pick of the bowlers, Riyad Latif, 4 for 53, give a good account of himself. So Ryan would be his brother.
And look at that extras, 43. That's a whole lot of extras.
Kelvin Raymond will continue from the southern end. He's working for more control, I get that impression. He's not digging in to bowl unnecessarily fast, but rather to quite possibly work on the swing of the ball, because he's bowling into the wind and trying to be as constructive as possible, line and length.
Yes, I agree with you. Not pacey as Lim, but certainly bowling well within his limitations. It's a huge ask, and when you're chasing down totals like these, you want to keep abreast with the required scoring rate. Anytime you drop short of that, well, the pressure is going to mount on you. That was bordering on that wide line there, but umpire Digar, very experienced, watched it. It was inside that line, and good discipline too shown here by Romeo Demerara. Knows that he has dodged a bullet, has a chance here now to make it count.
Well, that's one of the yardsticks that you use to judge a player, to see their combative style. You get a chance, you come back, utilize that chance. Quick single there. utilize every chance that you get, and that's what selectors look for. Come back and hit.
Yeah, look at this, just dropping it with very soft hands off the pitch down towards the mid-on region and hustle through for the single. Good communication between these two, and it's very important when you're running between the wicket that you have clear understanding exactly what you're going to do. So that's good.
That's another important element that selectors look for. Your judgment in the wicket when you're batting, calling and being decisive as possible, save all run-outs, make that something in the past, must not happen. So understanding each other. And you grow and get that, I think, Jeet. You look back at Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenidge, people who have worked together for a long time, they hardly got run out.
That's a delivery that dragged him into playing a shot. Maybe just looking to push at one outside the line of the off stump, going by into the gloves of the keeper. Yes, that communication comes in different ways. Maybe a call, or just some guys look at each other. And you mentioned those two names, Haynes and Greenidge. Just eye contact, and they knew exactly what they're going to do. And that's something you learn in practice, how to run between the wickets.
Yes, those are some of the basic things. They've also changing the bat from one hand to the other so you can keep your eyes on the fielder.
And this time looks good as he plays the defensive shot down towards mid-off region. Ryan Latif just going through a little bit of trouble out in the middle. Not managing to even get a single after facing 8 deliveries. But he should understand, occupy the crease there a little, 50 overs to get this total that they're looking for. 287 more required of 284 balls. Flashing at a wide delivery, way outside the line of the off stump. Not too much foot movement there from the right-hander. Maybe if he had gotten closer to the ball. Just look at this. Yeah, the foot was nowhere near that one. Wide gap between the legs and the ball. And we went by into the gloves of the keeper. So a little struggle here, Naeem. Being over number 3. There's still a required run rate of 6.08. They're currently scoring at 3.5.
What's the required rate? Just under 6. So they've got a lot of time to do it. And it'll be important to see how they maneuver the partnership, because you don't need, really speaking, a lot of boundaries and hitting unnecessarily. You can just push it in the gaps, milk the bowling, keep the scoreboard ticking. The loose deliveries would come, and then you can move and wield into the bowling attack.
So Romeo Demerara, 6 from 9, and his partner Ryan Latif, none from 10. So it's been a struggle here. We've seen one brilliant shot that sparkled through the covers for 4 of the bat of Romeo Demerara. Since then, it has been very, very quiet. We've seen some good bowling from Kelvin Raymond, none for 5 from his 2. Very, very economical. And we've seen Lim driving to bowl quickly from the northern end of the ground. Now we're having a change of bowling from that end. Lim has been pulled out of the attack. So the combined 11 are trying some new things here.
This is practically a switch around. So Kelvin Raymond, oh, this is Demerara Dindial. Lots of Demerarans in. He got a nice score as well, Demerara. So I wonder what's the idea. What might just be going through the mind of the captain? Got to be something, but he's thinking.
Yes, you want to take wickets, and he's trying a few things. That's a good delivery. but looking very comfortable here. Romeo Demerara off the back foot and just essaying a little drive, a check shot, looking to settle in at the moment. So hello everybody, wherever you are, whichever part of this world taking the broadcast from FL Sports. This is the Demerara Cricket Board, an exhibition game, challenge match. Short of the back foot, beats the fielder down at cover, out towards the cover boundary, and it's going to get there for 4. That's a good looking shot. Always when a left-hander gets on the back foot, almost on a rocking chair, and stroking it on the up. Just look at this shot. Romeo Demerara, short, onto the back foot, and just a nice little punch on the up and getting the boundary.
He made it look so easy, actually. On top of it, and pounded it through the offside. He's played 2 fantastic shots so far.
And by all accounts, he has had a good tournament. Well, that was almost on the half volley there. Could have done a little bit better with it. Just stroking it away down towards extra cover this time. Can't pierce the offside field. Especially a range match. The new dimension to under-19 cricket by the Demerara Cricket Board. Chosen instead of having the first playing the second. They're having this challenge match. Off the back foot. And he's finding the gap as well. And will take the single, just broadening the horizons of the players in selecting an 11, what they call the combined 11, to play in this game here. You have more players from all the different teams who performed well, and it makes it much more challenging.
Like the combined campuses and colleges too, it is, this has expanded a pattern in West Indies cricket. Just those who may have just missed selection, give them that opportunity to compete at the same level.
Yeah, so 4 overs gone, it's 15 without loss. Well, we have seen the changes at regional 4-day championships over the years. There was one point when both combined campuses and colleges, you know, the academy did not play. We had a 6-team tournament. This year they have reverted, not having a 10 rounds, but you're having an additional 2-team. Raymond, 2 overs, none for 5. Anton Lim, none for 4 from his 1. And Demerara Dindial, just a lone over, 5 runs, no wicket. 15 without loss. So it's been slow going, but they have preserved their wicket, and that's good to see.
Now, Anthony Lim just had that 1 over at 5 dot balls, but then again he was spraying them outside both sides of the wicket, on and offside. Big shot, majestic, through the offside. I'm getting to like this youngster here. He's compelling, he's forceful, and he's in absolute command when he's going for the drive.
Yes, that's Romeo Demerara. We shall certainly view that on the replay. Nicely picked up under the vacant open territory there over the extra cover region. And he calculated well and scores a boundary. Fine shot. So we've seen one through the covers, and now we're seeing him with the ability going over the top of extra cover.
But if you think he can only do it through the offside, he can also do it on the onside. Now that's what I'm looking for. Can you do it on both sides of the wicket? Are you as competent as that?
Well, this one will tell us that he's very, very competent, Romeo Demerara. Look at that, half volley, picked up and delivered with great timing, elegance, and everything was good about that shot. So we've seen him through the offside, over the offside, now over, forward, square. And he looks a touch player.
That's what I look for. You see it in them. Sometimes you see it even in their body language. But immediately you can see that he's got the ingredients. Now look at that, Indrajit. Straight square of the wicket. So he can do it straight back to long off. Down the leg side, mid-wicket, and now square of the wicket on the offside.
Now that was pure romance. Look at this one here. Outside the line of the off stump and just opening the face of the bat, caressing it through that square cover region and down to the boundary for 4. Top class shot.
Saw a few of those actually from Shiloh Adams. Square of the wicket, commanding, goes and decides very early how he's going into the shot and what shot he's going into.
Now 3 consecutive 4s in this over so far. And even this one here, just opening the face, checking the shot at the last moment and collecting a single. So he's blossoming, opening up like a flower here at DCC Romeo Demerara. 24 from 18 deliveries so far. And all of a sudden, with those boundaries, there's a change to that score. 28 without loss in over number 5. And up goes the run rate.
Suffice to say, of that 28-24 of 18 scored by Romeo Dindial.
Now Latif is joining the party as well, but that's knocked down at backward point. Can't get a run. It has been very tight here for Ryan Latif. The runs have dried up from him. 12 deliveries so far. Can't get off the mark. Let's see if the youngster is made of steel. Can come back here. What's been a struggle. His partner's been doing all the scoring. That's Romeo Demerara. Perhaps the perfect foil.
I'd prefer to hear a prompt from the audience saying stay and score.
Yes, so 5 overs gone, 28 without loss.
Match summary there for you. 296 DCB combined 11. They're allotted 50 overs. A magnificent 79 from Shiloh Adams. Really enjoyed looking at him off 71 deliveries. And then Anton Lim 75 off 61. So there were basically about 3 good contributions. But Sachin also made a 23. That was powered by lots of elegance and stroke play. And then of course Demerara got 53. So lots of good examples of batting from the combined 11. Now the GCA got a tall order, 297 to win. Matthew, had a good lunch, I guess, as always.
Good enough. Good afternoon, Naeem.
Still a very hot day, humid, very humid. But a pleasant surprise we've had is that within the last hour or so, I'm seeing the branches in the far distance. At least they're swaying a little bit from side to side, which means there's a nice gentle wind coming across the ground. Down the leg side, this will go all the way. Turned away, so young Demerara is showing us and the selectors that he can put it away at both sides of the wicket. Nice shot.
Latif, on the other hand, not yet off the mark from 13 balls. I think we saw Demerara, the same fellow who's bowling now. Yep. He had that start as well. I think he had 1 from 12 deliveries initially. So I suppose if Ryan Latif stays there, eventually he's going to get going. One would hope that would be so from the GCA standpoint.
And I guess he's cognizant too that it's a 50 over affair, so he's got some time. Just as you said, like what Demerara did. This is banged away for 4. Romeo again. Nice shot there. Pitched up. a gift delivered at the DCC ground, and full toss, as Matthew said, slipped out of Demerara's hands a little bit and struck away very comfortably.
I think he accepted that gleefully. He started 2 from 22, so he's going great guns here. It looks as if you would want to say they're off to a good start. But when you look at the other batter who's yet to score, it's been an all Romeo Demerara affair so far. And he's faced 23 balls so far of his 32. Latif has faced 13 and hasn't put anything on the tins as yet. That's a good delivery right up in the block hole. Pushed it out into the onside and took the single.
Well, the asking rate overall is just under 6, so they're not doing too badly at all. They've got just over that asking rate at the end of the over, 6 over. Nowadays, getting 6 and 10 per over, at least, especially in the T20 format, looks so easy.
Raymond none for 18, Lim none for 4 from his first over, and Demerara none for 14 from 2 overs so far. So Kelvin Raymond will continue going at 6 and over, 3 overs none for 18.